Hey, it's part two of Friday's stream. This is stream number 309. About 2 hours ago, I ended stream number 308. And 309 is going to be a continuation of 308. So I'm in the middle of revamping items and equipment and getting prepared to introduce the concept of item containers in my game. So let's see if I started everything up correctly. Then I can get right into it. So I was in the middle of, like the current task above my head says, refactoring the item handling code in preparation for introducing containers. So I was in the midst of this code that is used for whenever a player asks to move an inventory item around. Actually, it began with just inventory item. It's now more generic. Whenever you, as a player, move an item in the game, it's going to enter this code and try to figure out, well, what does that request translate to in terms of game commands? These are what game commands look like. They are special structures. The container is always some kind of command. In this case, it's a command to the entity component system, and that has an array of actions, and the actions have types. So action type modify component tells the entity component system, we're going to change an existing component. And then which component? The player. Which player? This player. And what are we going to change? We're going to change something. And the key and value, the values are always going to be, when we're moving items, this is going to be some container of the players that holds items, either the inventory or the equipment or something else. And then the key is which one. So, yeah, the magic, the code that's impossible to read, is all in basically figuring out whether we can move something or we can't, and then where do we move it from and where do we move it to. So where I left off here, I think I had a bunch of helper functions I had been using, but that didn't exist yet, and I was in the midst of adding them. There's also this stuff. I think these are old compiler errors that no longer make sense. Yeah. Right, so get slot container, given a player and a slot description, try to find where the container of that. You know what I'm also going to need, in addition to the from container, back when we modify the game, I'm going to need to know what these two things are too. Aren't I? Actually, and I'm also going to need to know the path. Where do we get the path from? Slot path? I wonder if we can combine get slot path and get slot container and return both in the same return. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards that. I think I want to change get slot container to be something more general. No, what am I trying to say? Something more inclusive. So like lookup slot or something like that. Let's just rename this lookup slot. And I think what I'm going to get back is not just a reference to a container, but a whole bunch of information about it. So let's call it how about from slot info? From slot info. Oh, actually, I don't want to change everything. I just want to change this one. From slot info, and it's going to be the slot info container. This won't be a reference. That's important. All right. Okay, and then same thing for looking up the slot for the destination. So to slot info. And the container will be the container field of the to slot info. And then from path is just going to be from slot info.path. To path is going to be to slot info.path. And I might as well just avoid a copy here by taking references to them. And might as well move that up to where we actually get the slot info. Makes sense to me. Okay, and then so we're gonna find this lookup slot. So it's not just gonna be a JSON value anymore. We're gonna have to invent something new. Auto, and then return, I guess, slot info. We'll have to define what that means. Lookup slot. Slot info. Okay, where do I want to define that type? I think it makes sense to use the shared header for that. And that is here. Right, types. Sounds good to me. Let's put it here, I guess. So, struct slot info. All right. What is a slot info? This, hey there, 17R, G17R, greetings again. No cat cam because he's not on the cat tower. See, he's not there. He's not there. If he comes back, I'll turn it back on. This holds on to information about what? This holds on to information about one item holder in the game. So anything that can hold an item. Actually, it's not just something that can hold an item. This holds on to information about one item holder accessible to a player in the game. I don't quite like that, but that's okay. And this will be container. This is a copy of the current state of the... I don't want to use the word to describe itself. This is a copy of the current state of the array in which entities in the slots container are stored. Yeah, that sounds good to me. And then the other one was path, right? That's a string, path. Oh, thank you for that follow. Was I gonna use, hold on. That wasn't gonna be the array, that was gonna be the ultimate component, wasn't it? Hold on, let me find this again. That's look up slot, right? From slot info container. Yeah, okay, that was supposed to be an array. Oh, hold on. I wanted more than the container. I wanted a component in there too. Actually, if we put the component, then this can be a reference. And this is a reference to the part of the container or part of the container which is the array in which entities in the slots containers. Okay, that's really badly worded. And also it's off the screen. Hold on. Let me fix that. There, now you can see it all. This is a reference to the part of the container. Okay, this is a reference to the part of the container holding the array of entities holding the array of item entities holding an array of item entities, one of which represents the slot. There we go. And then this is component. And this is this should say component. Where's the beast? He's lurking around somewhere. He was meowing at me earlier, and I let him out. He's still getting used to his cat door. He doesn't know he can walk through it. So I kind of pushed him through it. And I don't know if he's still out there or if he's lurking around somewhere. I need to watch my back. This is a copy of the current state of the component of the holder of the entity, holder of the item slot. There we go. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I'm going to say Zari. I'll take the last part of your name. Hope that's okay. And hey there, Radon. How are you today? And Nightshade dude. Hi. All right, continuing. Okay, so this is good, right? Copy of the current state of the component of the holder. Yeah, sure. And I already documented this, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Oh, but path is going to be in a lot of places. Shoot. Maybe right here? Aha! There we go. I did document it. This is too wide, by the way. It doesn't need to be that wide. This is the sequence of keys to use to find the container within the component. That's used for constructing the command to change the component given this container. Actually, then do I need to hold on to the original component? Maybe not. I might not need that. Might not need that. So then this is just that. So if I were to remove this, then I should elaborate here. This is a reference, or this is not a reference. This is a copy of the part of the component of the holder of the item slot. This is a copy of a part of the component of the holder of the item slot. It is an array of item entities, one of which represents the slot. There we go. That's what I want to say. So I don't need this anymore. Okay. I am fine, Zari. This is the second stream of the day. This is one of the first times I've actually had 2 streams in a day. Usually when I'm done with the stream, I just kind of relax and play games or do work which doesn't require me to be talking all the time. And so today is one of the first days where I had a stream of 3 hours. Then I went and drove one of my kids home from school, and now I have to start again. And it's like, oh, reset. It's like the morning again. Weekend time, yeah. TGIF and all that stuff. It actually might be Saturday morning for some of you if you're in the EU. And if so, it's kind of late, isn't it? And why are you watching me on a Saturday night, Sunday morning? Anyway. Maybe I shouldn't make jokes like that. Anyway, okay. Hold on a second. Gotta clear my throat. 2,300 hours in the EU. Yes. Isn't it midnight in some parts of the EU now? Maybe Eastern? It's only okay. It's only 22:14 UTC right now. This is all jumble now. I need to make some sense of this. So this temporary stuff we're building is good, and then we're looking up the slot information. Okay, so there's no container anymore. Oh no, there's a container. We have container, we got rid of component. That's what we got rid of. Cool, gotcha. All right. I know what else I needed. I needed entity. And I needed, hold on. This. I want to have holding entity. This is the entity identifier of the holder, the item slot. So it could be a player, it could be a box, it could be a bag, something like that. And then the other one was the type, right? So a component type. This is the type of the... I need to type slower and more carefully because I keep messing up. This is the type of the component of the item slot holder, which contains the item slots. So for a player, it would be player. If it's a chest or a bag, it would be container, and then it's open for extension. Could be any other kind of component. So logically, this is the hierarchy. From an entity, you look at one of its components, and then following a path into that component, you find the container. That's the proper hierarchy. And then I should be smart and initialize the values that don't have intrinsic constructors. All right, and then for lookup slot, if it's given a player, right now it's always the same entity. So I can, so we're gonna build the slot info, right? Slot info. How do I want to depict it if... Oh, I know what I do. If this means that there is no such player, we'll just rely on this 0 indicating that the slot is invalid. If this is 0, the slot is not valid. All right, so then we'll just return early. So I'll basically wait until the very end to fill it in, right? Slot info dot holding entity is player dot character entity. And then return it. Okay, so we look up the player's component. By the way, we can say that here, slot info dot container is, and I can do this, right? I can standard move in. Actually, I'm not sure if I can do this. It has to be an R value reference. I don't think I can do that. I just say player. Oh, I need to do that in here. Player component. If it's a witch, then it's first a type and then a witch. Otherwise, it's just a type. That will make a copy of that. Actually, if we're making a copy, I can use the with equivalent of that. Impl components with any component of type. So we don't make 2 copies. So it's the same arguments, right? Only the third one is a lambda, which takes the entity again. I always forget what the arguments are, and IntelliSense doesn't really help me. Entity in the component. And we were calling that player component. Like that. Okay, and then I should probably do this stuff in there too. So that only if we make it in there do we actually fill that in. So if we don't, if this doesn't get called, that means the player didn't actually, that player component is doesn't exist, which is possible sometimes. So we want to catch that by making sure that the slot holding entity remains 0. We're always going to return what we were building, and if we don't fill that in, then it's going to stay 0 and it'll be marked, it'll be an invalid slot. So I think this is good. Yes. Okay, so lookup slot is valid. Getting a reference to the container, getting a reference to the path. If the container is not an array, couldn't find it. True. All right, so getting the, okay, the index we know. Shouldn't I put that back in? I should just put that back into slot info, right? Size T index. This identifies which slot this slot is. How do I word this correctly? I always have the hardest time wording things. This identifies the slot amongst all slots in the container. Sure, because it's an array, right? It's an array. So index implies how we identify it is the index into the array. Oh, did you redeem it? You redeemed it, and there's no kitty. Hold on. If I can find the kitty, I'll do a kitty reveal and pet them live on camera. If I can't, then I'll have to refund that until the cat comes back. Hold on a second. Let me go look. Okay, no kitty. So I'm gonna refund that. So Radon, that should have given you your 5,000 mana back. If not, then it's buggy. But it was working earlier today. When the cat comes back, you can try again. All right. Weird that it sometimes says it's not compatible, but it should be. Wait a minute, the fine and you. Fine and you. Fine and you. I'm fine too. Is that a delay? Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at my Yada's. Sorry. My chat client scrolled funny, and then I saw a message from 10 minutes ago. Got it back. Okay, cool. All right. Back to this. So this we don't need. We can just say from slot. Oh, wait a minute. I needed to pull that into lookup slot. Right, because we can fill that in right away, right? We can say slot info dot index is slot index. I don't think I need to do that because it's implied. All right. Cool. Then yeah. So that's just from slot info index, and this is to slot info dot index. Okay. So we check to see if they're in range. I wonder if I should just do these checks. I should probably just do these checks inside of find slot, right? Lookup slot. That would make more sense. So we would find it and yeah, so we would see if the container type is not an array, then return. Actually, I don't need to do anything because we don't set the holding entity. It will be 0. So that's all the thing. All we need to check is the holding entity, and then the don't need to do that. We just say if this index is bigger than the container size, then return early. Otherwise, we're good. Okay. Wondering why it's giving me a red squiggly under here. Declaration is incompatible. Why is it incompatible? Go to declaration. Okay. It can't find it. There it is. What's different between here and here? I don't know. Looks the same to me. Weird. I wonder if it's where this is declared. That's declared pretty early on, right? Yes, so that should be fine. All right. Not going to worry about it. Too many parentheses here. Okay. See, now it's fine. Now it doesn't have a red squiggly under it. It's so weird how that happens. All right. So I can do this really early on. I can say if from slot info dot holding entity is 0, couldn't find, or basically it's invalid. It's an invalid slot. And the same thing for to slot info. If its holding entity is 0, it's not we can't do a move because it's not valid. Then I don't need these checks here. All right. Then we have these helper functions. I should just pull it all into the same place, shouldn't I? I feel like I should. So that means moving this unordered set into slot info and calling this what? Accepted item types. Yep. And that means I should probably include that header if I haven't already. I have not. Include it, please. And then what was the other thing? Wasn't path, it was type. This one. Oh, looking up the item in there. Sure, we can do that. Item type. Comments. So I didn't have comments here. Okay, so we have to say what this is. This is the set of types of item type. This is the set of item. This is the set of types of items that may be held in this slot. If empty, the slot is general purpose and may hold anything. All right. If an item is present in the slot, this is the item's type. Or do I just want to stash everything about the item? I could stash the entire item, and then just we can look up key item type. I'll think about it, and for now I'll just store the item type there. So that means let me pull this stuff. I don't have a project thing, but I have a game. It talks about what I'm doing. And there's also this link to this YouTube video, which kind of gives a short intro to what the stream is about. I'm building this game. This is in the test environment. This is what, as the game master or the admin, I can see. And then normal players see something more like this, where I'm moving around in the world. I have a health bar. I have items. We just added this on Wednesday, so now I can actually put the weapon in the main hand slot or take it back out, although there's some bugs here. And yeah, working today on refining this, maybe fixing some of the bugs, and then adding the concept of containers. So the objective for today is, if I get it all done on time, to have like a treasure chest in the world, and I can walk up and open it and interact with it, and it should show the treasure chest's inventory and allow me to drag things into it and out of it. That's my goal for today. I tend to set goals that are kind of aggressive, though, and I don't get them done until the next stream, so fair warning, I might not finish on time. But that's okay. We just it's general gradual progress on the game from one day to the next. This is like day 307 or something. Although now that I have 2 streams on Friday, the count is not gonna be a day counter anymore, is it? It's gonna be a stream counter. Okay, that is moving to lookup item, lookup slot. I should probably be more specific. Lookup item slot, it should say, right? Okay, so if we get all the way into here, we can look up the item's information, right? So the item entity will be the container and then the index. And if it's 0, it's empty. So if it's not 0, we can, okay, rather than doing this get entity component type, it's much cleaner to do an impl components with entity component type, and then provide a lambda. This is a visitor pattern. So lambda int entity const JSON value item component. And what are we doing? We were just wanting to store it there, right? So it's slot info dot item type is item component key item type. Like that. So if the item entity is 0, or if it doesn't actually have an item component, the type will remain an empty string because the default of standard string is empty string. Okay, that's let's comment this. So look up information about the item in the slot. Item, if any, in the slot. And what are we doing here? Find the correct container. And this is make sure the container exists. Make sure the slot index is in range. We don't need to do that. And is this an integer? It's a size t, so that we're good. Okay, now, I actually want to do this last by convention. Lastly, record the holding entity. This is also a signal that the slot is valid. Everything about the slot is valid. Everything about the slot is valid. The other thing I want to do, I think, is rename this. I want to make it more specific. It should be not lookup slot, it should be lookup item slot. So go do it. Thank you very much, compiler or editor. All right. Okay, so we're getting all this stuff. We don't need to do this anymore. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't copy this over. Yeah, this I want to do over here. Let's do it here. Nah, it doesn't really matter where. Do it here, I guess. Actually, it should probably go here. Find the correct container and record the accepted item types. So that's this stuff here. That goes there, and that... Actually, if it's empty, then I just leave it alone. So this is slot info.accepted types is that. Right now. It's just hard. It's somewhat hard-coded. Hey there, Romania. It's going well. How are you? This is the second stream for me for today, and it's a bit unusual in that, for me, it's the afternoon. Up until now, 300 streams plus, it's mostly been for me in the morning and ending in early afternoon. But now my schedule's all shifted around. In fact, I have a new schedule. So, Pacific Standard Time, or UTC, however you prefer. I'm not streaming on Thursdays now, and my start time is all over the place. So mostly like Monday, Tuesday, Friday, there's a morning stream. Although Tuesday shifted, later. Wednesday is an afternoon stream, and the Friday second stream is an afternoon stream as well, for me. So if you're in Europe, it's mostly in the evening, only on Wednesday, and Friday it's going to be in the middle of the night. Good trying to update this jest. Jest would be JavaScript test, right? I haven't gotten familiar with Jest yet, because all the JavaScript I've been doing is in the user interface, and for me, I kind of like I don't value tests in the user interface maybe as much as I should. Okay, this comment is redundant, but that's good. I think anyone who is focusing on writing tests and using tests and upkeeping this is pretty sophisticated as far as developers go. Doing tests in the UI as well. I have to admire people who do that. I think it's hard to test user interfaces because, for example, using the mouse, I could click any pixel within here. So conceivably, you would want to have a test for clicking and dragging from any one place to any one other place. And if there are buttons and stuff, like a complicated user interface like that, that just seems like a lot to test. Not that hard. It seems hard to me. So much respect, Romania. Much respect. Look up items. Again, it's confused about the type. I don't know why. I'm not sure if I actually need to pull this stuff out. Maybe if I just picked a shorter name for this. You know what I could do? I could just rename this to something different. Actually, item slot is redundant. What if I call this to descriptor? To descriptor. And then from item slot is from descriptor. And then we'll make slot info to from slot. And then to slot info is to slot. And I wonder if I can just drop all these other... this is just that with this dot in front, right? With the word slot added. Actually, can I just get rid of slot and just say from? From and to? Or would that be too short? To path to container, that's not too bad. Every time you slot, you giggle like a 12-year-old child. Well, now we're not using slot anymore. It's just from and to. So enjoy the last laugh. Does it come across weird, slot? Okay. So I don't think I actually need to do all this stuff. It's not really that necessary anymore. The accepted types is not needed. The only reason I was doing that was what? Oh. I was getting the type of the overall item component, wasn't I? Oh no, this is, what was this? Oh, shoot. It's a JSON, okay, I messed up a little bit. Actually, it'll just be 0 if it was null, right? Yeah, so I can just check it with, I can just check it for 0. So we'll get rid of from item. And then from item get type is just equal null is just if from dot what was the item type, right? Oh maybe I do want that original code, and from item would just be from dot container from dot index. Because we're not going to, that's as complicated as it's going to get. And this is from dot accepted types to dot accepted types. And I need to have a special case for if from accepted types. Oh, wait a minute, this is wrong. This was, the source item doesn't fit, so this should be to accepted types. Yep, and this should be from type. So this, yeah. If the to accepted types is empty, though, so this has to be if it's not empty. If not to accepted types empty, and. So if it's not empty, then it's limited, and we have to see, can it accept that type of item? I should probably move that logic into a helper function, right? How would I say this? If slot accepts... I said that word again. I said the word! If slot accepts item type. To from type. And it will be not. So this is the body of slot accepts item type. Does that sound like a bad word or something? Bool. Slot accepts item type. I'm thinking it must sound like a naughty word. But I can't imagine what that naughty word would be. This should be a return that or not equal. Oh no, there's a difference between ah and Come on. Maybe it's just my American accent. So this should be slot. Const slot info. Slot. This is within the namespace of realm server coordinator. All right, and then we need a type too. Const standard string item type. Okay, I'll comment this later. We're not using path anymore, are we? Or maybe I am. No, I'm not. Oh, did I not fill this in? I don't think I... wait a minute. Did I not fill that in for lookup item slot? This has a path. I'm not setting it in, am I? Yep, I forgot. I forgot. Path. Path. Ah. Come on, editor. Here we go. This stuff. Look up items. And I guess it's combined with this, right? Find the correct container and record the accepted item types and path. Find the correct container and record its path and accepted item types. Let's say that instead. So the path is here. So that's beep info dot path equals that. Else, oh, how did that indentation got weird? Okay. Otherwise, beep info dot path is beep kind. And we're done with that. Get beep path. Don't need these helpers anymore. I'm wondering if I should just make that a method of the structure. That would be convenient, wouldn't it? So, in other words, where that is declared, let's say these are properties, and then these are methods. And it would be good of me to define the body of that, not in the header, but in the C++ code. That would be coordinator.cpp. Sure, let's put it right here. Coordinator slot accepts item type, so we don't need that stuff. And then slot goes away because we just need the type. And beep dot goes away. And this is slot info. And we can just reduce it to accepts item type. Accepts item type const. That's too long. Let's shorten it. There we go. And this is gone. And just declare, not define. All right. Determine whether or not the beep accepts items of the given type. Item type. One, two, three, four. This is the type of item to check. Return an indication of whether or not blah 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 is returned. All right, nice and documented. That's the body of it. Back over here, I don't need this anonymous namespace anymore. So this should just be 2.accepts item type from type. Okay. Oh, did I still need that? I don't. That's included now. So that's where... Okay, that's from dot item type. And source item doesn't fit in the destination slot. And I don't need these anymore, do I? I can modify those containers in place. Hold on. What am I using that for? Okay, I do need the item entity, so maybe I should have, maybe I should stash that somewhere. So lookup. So it's that, right? So stash the entity of the item in this, if any, in this slot. Actually, it's all part of looking up the information, right? So if I just say slot info dot item entity and then just define that. So that's an integer. This really belongs down with the type, doesn't it? If an item is present in the slot, this is the item's entity identifier. If 0, there is no item in the slot. And it's actually it's possible for an item to have an empty. No, it's not possible. We're not going to allow that. If empty, there is no item in the slot. Okay. I'm wondering if this will eventually grow to be all of the items information. Then I could just put the raw item JSON object right there instead, right? Okay, so given that, just do that and that. These squigglies are bothering me because that's not really an error. It's complaining about something else, isn't it? Yeah, from item redefinition now. So we don't need to do that or that or that. So this is from... Okay, yeah, I am changing this, aren't I? So if from dot item entity equals 0, there's nothing there. Oh, shoot. Okay, I do want to stash the entire item. So that means I want to keep that. Let's just call it item. So I can continue to do that. Actually, do I even need that? I actually don't think I do. So let me just replace this. If an item is present in the slot, this is the item's item component. Or this is a copy of the item's item component. Oh, wait a minute. What am I thinking? No, it's just, it is just the, okay, never mind. Undo. It is just the entity. I don't need the actual contents of it. I only need to look into the contents of it to get the type out of it. So, yeah, so redo here. I already lost it from the redo stack. This was item entity is 0, right? Okay. Then not actually moving anything. If 2 accepts the from's item type, if it doesn't, then return. So I don't need to do that. This is doing the actual move though. So it'd be from dot container index from dot index equals 2 dot item entity if it's non-zero. If it's 0, then we're storing a null in place. Actually, can't I just reorganize this a bit? I can say that equals and then check. Equal to 0? If so, null pointer. A JSON value null pointer. Otherwise, JSON value to item entity. That's messy though, isn't it? And why is it not letting me do this assignment? It thinks it's const. Why does it think it's const? Oh, because from is const. Okay, these don't make those const. There we go. What's wrong with this? Okay, that's a bogus one. This is kind of ugly though. I can just make another method here. How do I want to say this though? Really, I want to keep going back and forth on this. I'm thinking I don't want the integer. I actually want the item. I want it to be a JSON value. If this is the item's entity identifier. If null, there's no item in the slot. I think that's what I want. Because then it's a lot easier. Except for this comparing to 0. This I have to say get type and compare it to JSON value type null. Otherwise I can just say to item entity, and if it's null, it's null. If it's an integer, it's an integer. And then that replaces that, and then this is then the same thing. It's to.container, to.index is from.item entity. Okay, now what's this about? Wait a minute, why are we doing this check first before that? I don't know. Shouldn't we do that check first? So from path is from dot path, and to path is, why don't I just globally replace this? From dot path, and to path is to dot path. So if the paths aren't the same, it's more than that, isn't it? What could be different here? The holding entity might be different. Actually, we need to compare both of them. Actually, can I just have a method to see if it's the same. Okay, why are we looking at the path? Not the same path. Why do I care about that? I don't think I do. I don't care about that. That is extraneous. It should be if the types, if there's something in the destination slot. So that is actually let's replace them all. To.item entity. If there is something in the destination slot and the from accepted types is from dot accepted item types, find to type is to dot. Oh, come on, don't fail me now, IntelliSense. Oh, wait a minute, there's a function for this, right? And from, not from dot accepts input type to dot item type. I don't know why IntelliSense is failing me now. Don't fail me now, IntelliSense. So if there's an item in the destination slot and the from slot doesn't accept it, then destination item doesn't fit in source slot. Return no change. Otherwise, do the swap essentially, and then actually it's more than this, right? It's if they're the same container entity and the same path. So if from dot holding entity equals to dot holding entity. It's messed up on 2 for some reason. Then we're just making one change. So from container delta is from dot container. And then to index is to dot index. Right, so that is basically doing that, but in the from container, so we can use that. And then, okay, so this now becomes, the type is from dot component type. The entity is from dot holding entity, and the delta, that's correct. Okay, and then this one is again to dot component type, to dot holding entity, and to dot container. Okay, now why doesn't this not build? Let's find out. Why are you not building? Oh, because that's screwed up. Okay, so I don't need those. Do I? Oh, wait a minute. I know I do use that. Oh, this got messed up. Before we even look it up, we're doing stuff here. So this should just be 2 item. That's what got messed up. Okay, where's my error now? Way up here? Hold on. Where are you? There. Oh, right. This now is get type is, I guess we could say if it is JSON value type integer, then we're going to cast it to an int and look it up there. Actually, I don't even need to do that because that requires an int there. It'll just cast it for me. All right, it's linking. Nice. All right. Let's run the test long prepared for. In fact, they're so long prepared for, they're way down here. Which one's the most interesting one? Probably this one. Let's just run it. It failed. It got an exception. Debug it. Where are you, exception? Interesting. Oh, it's enumerating a null. Why is it a null? Because the player has no EQ component? Oh, that shouldn't happen. Oh, the tests still use the old style. Okay, I need to fix that. All right. Load more stack frames, please. Go back to one of these levels. Here we go. So yeah, this is wrong. Where is it? This is wrong. So every time we do that, this really needs to be inside of a realm server key player equipment JSON object. And then inside of that, we have the main hand. All right. Let me look for main hand, because that's everywhere, right? Okay, so that is replaced with that. And no, we're still good there. That is now null. This becomes that. Okay, and that's mace instead of sword. And this is sword again instead of mace. And then sword. And null. Hey there, Endurn. How are you doing? Isn't it kind of late for EU folks? It's like the middle of the night. I guess it's Friday night, so people will be up late. So maybe this is not too terrible of a time to stream, right? Not too terrible? Not like a weeknight? It's not a school day. So we tell our kids, it's not a school day. You can stay up because it's not a school day. Null pointer. And yeah, there's just a lot of places where I need to update this code. There we go. Define late. Yeah, midnight. It's like midnight for the EU folks, right? My stream is somewhat EU friendly. Usually it's in the evening, but Wednesday and Friday now my streams are going to be late at night. Happy Saturday, exactly. All right, I'm refactoring the code that deals with this new nifty set of equipment slots. Look at that awesome Raimu art there, which is, I hand drew it from this reference picture. Look at that. Pretty neat, huh? That's a suit of armor I took as a model and drew that outline to show kind of what slots go with what parts of your inventory. Yeah, fireworks. Actually, if I use that, I'll use my last firework. Hold on, I gotta fix that. That's in slot 4. Which item is that? This item? So, I think I need many more fireworks. I'm gonna give myself 100 fireworks. Yeah. There we go. Whoosh! Boom. Fireworks. Alright, run the test. Passes. Ooh, it passed. Test passed. It passed. Too sexy? Have to mark this stream as mature? It's a suit of armor. Come on. Okay, I got some tests that failed. Ooh, a lot of tests fail. Whoa, why did all those tests fail? I have no idea. Does suit you? Ha, 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 ha. These tests should not have failed at all. Why? Pick up item no stack. Why did this fail? Oh, there's an it crashed. Okay, let's debug why. I think it's again, yeah, it's when it's iterating equipment slots, that's the problem. Send player inventory. Okay, so I need to be careful when we're iterating equipment entities then. It's interesting because, oh, it just makes the assumption it's an object. You know, assume makes an ass out of you and me, right? So I guess the trick would be to, yeah, if that is not an object, only if that is an object. If get type JSON value type object, then we can go into this for loop, which ought to be another function because it's too damn huge. Was that a suitable joke for the stream? Sure. Why not? It's fine. It's fine. All right. Run them again. Actually, let's just run that one. Okay, cool. So run them all. Saw the clip of me reacting to a clip of him saying that we'll meet? Yeah. He said he'd be in my area, and I'm like, oh, cool. Maybe we can meet up for lunch or something. And he said, yeah, I'll let you know. So that'll be fun. Okay, the publish character holding a sword is not working. And I like to be seen holding a sword. Okay, equipment main hand is empty. Why is that? It should be that, and it's not. So let me debug that one. Go to that one. I suppose I will go to this line and just hit debug. And I'm going to look at message. Message. Collapse that. It's an object. Correct. It's got an equipment and an inventory. Let's look at equipment. Equipment is also an object. It has keys, key main hand. Okay, and what is main hand? It is an array. The array has nothing in it. Okay, that's bad. It should have had a sword entity. Oh, I know, because that's supposed to be an array. Damn it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay, so everywhere that I did that is a bug. And that should be instead JSON array containing a sword entity. I keep forgetting I did that. What if I did a find replace that with that? Do it. Okay. Now, are there other places where we have to add JSON array? This one, yes. Sword. Okay, this one. Mace. Mace. Windu. Sword. Sword. Null. Sword null. Mace. Okay, looking good. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? And I'll worship the sofa. Something weird happened the other day. You got some feedback on a feature you developed, and since then, you've been a bit more self-conscious about writing code. You feel like you write really bad code. What happened? You probably took the feedback too personally. Or maybe you're afraid of failure. I'm not afraid of failure. I enjoy failing because I learn the best when I fail. Yeah, I would say if you're self-conscious, maybe it's imposter syndrome. You just don't think you're very good. I think the goal would be to not really care what others think about your code personally, but take it as all the criticism you get would be ultimately constructive because it'll help you change and get better. Hey there, Rally Monkey. He controls the Senate. Too powerful to be kept alive. And Igrok forgot to say hi to you too. You're coming down with the weekend flu? Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Did you get the flu shot or not? I'm curious because you get the flu shot, it reduces but doesn't eliminate the chance of getting the flu. It's snowing and you have the flu and you have to work? Oh no. Yeah, I just saw that. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Hey there, Minear Play. No, I'm just curious, like, they say it reduces but doesn't eliminate, which makes sense, I guess. But how would we know without gathering a lot of statistics? Okay, what's wrong with my syntax here? I probably messed up. Yeah, okay. That's parentheses. I probably made that mistake in a bunch of places, right? Dang it. Dang it, dang it. I should just look for that now. Oh, that's why. We're missing a parentheses. And that's missing a parentheses. Yep. Okay. Maybe I caught them all. Oh, you think you're coming down with the... Oh, I get it. I think I'm getting too sick to drive. Getting the flu. Not caught in the flu shot? I think it's maybe more important if you're around sick kids and you don't want to catch it from them. Because, you know, they're germ incubators. Okay, again, I'm just too sloppy with this. Yeah, the solution is just not to be around kids. Am I just sloppier in my typing in the afternoon? Is that what it is? Might be afraid of failure, but I've been working professionally as a dev for almost 3 years now. It's weird to not feel like this until now. So maybe it's some specific words they used. Or what they said put cracks in some kind of impression you had about the code. Maybe you were thinking the code was flawless, a perfect example of like what code should be, and then someone pointed out a flaw. That maybe force you to question your previous judgments. Probably something like that. But yeah, it can be complicated. Oh, it did build. Okay, I was like waiting for it and I thought it hadn't built yet. Yeah, like I said, you're gonna fail a lot, so might as well try to get used to it and see it as a positive thing. You're gonna learn the best from failure. When you succeed, it really is. It's like a test that passes. It doesn't really tell you much unless you had failed the test previously, right? Yeah, that's the other thing is probably everyone feels the same way. If you didn't feel that way, that might be a problem. Like if you never felt self-conscious, maybe you have a problem with empathy or self-image. Maybe it's distorted in some way. Okay, the swap, that is not that bad of a problem, but let's try. Let's try. Make sure that most of these should pass now. Okay, so this is better than where we were. Let me. What's this one? Inventory published an item drop message sent when changed. Huh? What? The act is to clear the inventory. The assert is that we lost our fidget spinners. So, inventory published an item drop message sent when changed. Why does it say changed? We should say, let's just rename this. Dropping an item publishes inventory and drop message. And drop message. And for some reason that's failing. Is it because that isn't present in the original? Oh yeah, it's not. Shoot. I bet that's what it is. Yeah, equipment is empty. Okay, so actually that is an improvement because this test really doesn't care about all this crap, right? So a lot of these tests won't care. So I'm just, yeah, this becomes just empty, right? They just don't have anything there. All of these are pointless to do. All of these are. Nice. These ones do matter. Okay, good. Here's to failing 1,000 more times. Definitely. Raimu, good. Oh, it doesn't show up for me. Of course, my chat overlay ignores me, but if someone else did that, it would be replaced with that. Run it again. Okay. This one's still failing. Why? It doesn't actually do a move. We have a sword in our main hand, and we say move main hand to 1, and it's not doing it. There you go, Manir Play. Excellent. So I think we'll debug this one. What do I want to see here? Move in this one. Let's go right to here in this test. Okay. We look up the player. Actually, we don't even need to do that anymore. We're going to look up this is the adapter for now, and then we look up item slots. Oh, why did it return right away? That's a problem. Repeat. We don't need that. Go to there, and then why is this not... What's the from descriptor look like? From descriptor. Index kind in which? Actually, it's really hard to see that. Let's just go in. Oh. It skipped too far. It did do eq.mainhand. So, no, let's repeat this then. Repeat the test, go back. I keep forgetting that steps over the visitor call too. Okay, slot has a which. So container is... Which one is this? The equipment, right? No, it's null. Why is it null? Oh, wait. Isn't it? It's not which, it's slot which. Ah, okay, I messed up here. This type is supposed to be slot type. So I should just pull that out. So const auto, we can just get a reference to it, right? Type is slot type, and const auto which is slot which, and then we can say this is type, and that's which. Actually, what am I doing? I should just replace those two. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, and then kind we need too, because that goes here. What's wrong with this? Oh, right. These need to be standard string references. And can I can't actually get a reference because we're decoding it from JSON. Standard string. That's kind. That's type. All right. Does that make sense? If the slot had a which, then we're looking up in 2 steps. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to do that. It's just kind. So it's kind plus dot plus which. And it's just which here. And it's just kind here. Okay. There, 2 bud. Test strikes again. Yep. That's what the tests are for. They're helping me find these bugs. Except for that, I hate it. Like, it just forgot that was a test, and I have to refresh. Working on these item slots of different kinds. So in my game before, there was just general inventory slots. Now, in addition to general inventory, there's equipment slots, and those are restricted, which you can drag into where. So I can put the sword there, but I can't put the gold there. And I'm refactoring that code to make it easier to maintain because I'm going to be adding a third type of slot, which is a container slot. So if like you're in the game and you open up a treasure chest and you peek inside, it'll show you a bunch of slots for the treasure chest over down here to allow you to pull things in and out of the treasure chest. So it's refactoring the code that's allowed. Most of the code is in the moving of things from one item slot to another, like the stuff that lets you do that. I need to fix that bug. That shouldn't happen. But yeah, that's what we're doing basically. And this is still failing, so we're going to continue debugging why this is failing. Okay. So what is the container now? It's still null. What's the type? Type is empty and which is main hand. The type should be equipment. Okay, I need to look at slot because that's obviously broken. Object. Oh, there is no type. Now, what was I thinking then? What was I thinking? Let's look what I was thinking here. Kind is, okay, so wherever I have type, it should be, there's no type. It's just kind. Like that. Yeah, that makes sense because of the path there. Yes. All right. I'll get this one of these days. Oh, guess who's back? Kind of snuck in there when I wasn't noticing. The kitty is back. And now, since the cat's back, if you redeem the pet the cat, I have to stand up and pet the cat. That's the rules. Them's the rules. I'll have to watch the redemption queue just in case now. All right, back to the tests. Run. Okay, it's getting close. That's wrong though. Oh no, wait a minute. That is correct. A delta should say that. Ooh, that's wrong. The expectation's wrong. Aha. Yep. This is wrong. It should not be equipment. It should be equipment dot main hand. And that will be an array of null. Let's do this to make it look better. Sure. Oh, clever. To adjust my words then. You added a space. Oh, you changed your link. I see what you did. Okay. We'll add that to the forbidden words list now. There we go. They changed their website. They evaded my ban by changing their website. I feel flattered. All right. What am I doing here? I'm looking for key player equipment is what I'm looking for. Yeah, this. And that's sword now. Yep, and that's sword again. Sword. This one's null pointer. Sword here. Mace here. What's the yes for, Cthulhu? I missed it. Is the yes mean you don't have to go to work? That would be sweet. Oh, the redemption. Oh, thank you for telling me about that. Okay. We'll go do that. Hold on. Okay, thank you, iGrok, for doing that. I hope that was satisfactory. Now he's settled back down to sleep again. Okay, sword. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, because I don't actually get an alert about that redemption right now. Totally worth it. I'm glad. I have to have something for you to use the points for, right? All right. One of these days this test will pass. Still wrong. Shoot. Could it be the test then? Oh. This, I don't want to do that. Okay. And I screwed it up. Okay. I'm just not paying enough attention. When I'm creating the component, I don't want to add this key in there. It's just equipment, and that has a JSON object, and in there we have main hand is that. And that's a JSON array. I'm just not careful enough right now. So for create components, it is this style. So here's the null. It's the deltas that have the other style. So that's the delta, it has that style. Create has this style. That's a delta. This is a create. No, that's a create. Null pointer. Another create. I'm just too lazy or something. I'm not looking carefully enough. Create. All right, we're looking good. One of these days I'll fix it. This one wasn't updated correctly. Main hand is probably a good thing to search for right now. Oh, what happened to the indentation here? That should be like that. Okay, there, I missed that one. That's what happened. So that's mace entity. All the other ones look good to me. Arrgh, still failing. Okay, that looks exactly the same. So what's different? Name iron sword, quantity 1, type main hand, tile 16, tile set 42. What's different? The kitty got a kiss. Look at that. All right. Expected the equality of these, which is that. Which, oh, array versus object. Oh, okay. All right. Yes, this is an array. Actually, it's an array containing that object. Bunch of tests are going to be like that, actually. Is that correct? Think that's right? Yes. All right. So there's probably going to be more like that. Let's search for that. Nope. Only that one? Okay. Well, let's run them all then. See what I'm missing. It's already been an hour and a half? I did not expect the refactoring to take this long. Okay, all of that's now messed up. Oh, I forgot to do the stacking stuff. Ah. I forgot when items stack, we have to actually stack them. Swap, this should have succeeded though. Oh, it separated them into two different deltas. It should not have done that one. It should have combined them into something like that. Let me find out why it didn't do that one. So that should have been this. Oh, wait a minute. What's that doing there? That doesn't belong there. Oh, it's not path, it's if the component type is the same, then we can combine them. If the entity is the same, the component is getting a lot of extra pets and kisses there. By the way. My viewers haven't redeemed that. They're getting bonus pets and even kisses. That's one of my kids. So live on stream to I don't know 27 people. Don't mess with the camera. Now she's gonna mess with the camera. Okay. Let's see if that fixed it. Monka S? Let's see. I must fix this test. Yeah, that's a Raimu, spawn of Raimu. Okay, still failing. Okay, it still says that it's different. Bye. Someone's leaving. Oh, the finger in the way? Yeah. All you have to do is tell kids that they're being recorded, and it's like, oh, let me mess with the camera now. The cat had a funny looking face too. All right. I thought that would. Where am I? I thought that would be true and it would go into there, but maybe it's not for some reason. So debug. From holding entities 3 to holding entities 3. Component type is empty. Component type here is. Why are they empty? Anyway, that should have gone into there. Oh, this thing again. Let's not play with the camera. Please stop. Oh, you wanted to show the dog? Here, I'll take the dog on stream. Oh, no. Oh, don't struggle. Look, you just want to say hi, right? Hello? It's a doggy. Woof. Wowie, exactly. This needs to be the same as that, actually. So you know what I need to do? I just need to take this condition as a Boolean, right? Const auto same component equals that. If same component, there and there. All right. Run. Dang it. It's still not going in there. Okay, why not? Same component is true. Oh, this is if it's not the same. Dang it. It must be, it just must be because it's the afternoon. I make too many mistakes in the afternoon. Hey there, Volatile Majesty. How are you today? I am here making lots of mistakes, and my tests are like, nope, 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 still making mistakes. Okay, we're getting closer, though. What's the difference here? It put the one... Oh, it put the main hand in there somehow. What the heck? It should have just been one. Oh, wait a minute. Also, the items is missing. That's really weird. That shouldn't have happened. Yeah, I'm making tons of mistakes. Debug that guy. Same component should be true, right? So the delta... Oh, that's wrong. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is completely... No, that one's correct. This one's wrong, though. Oh, shoot. We have to include the two-path2 container in there if they're the same. Shoot. All right. Let me think about this. That is not true. We don't want to do this. Okay, this is completely wrong. Yeah, okay, these are completely going to be... These are going to be completely different. This would be an else then. And there are going to be two actions in here. So this is if they're separate changes. They're separate changes, then the from component entity has one delta. And the to component entity has a different delta. And I guess either way, oh, there's not an add, it's just an equals. JSON array. All right, and if they are the same component, I don't want to do that, do I? No. I just want to keep that. I don't want to do that, but I want to have two deltas. I just want to combine them together. Like that. That's what I want. Oh, wait a minute. If they're the same path... Oh, that thing about the comparing the paths was special, though. Right, okay. Yes. If the from path is it's the same path, then I don't want two of them. I want only one of them. Yep. Okay. So there are actually three possible actions we might create. And let me think about this. Yeah, it's slightly different, isn't it? I'll just keep them separate for now. And yeah, here we want the line I deleted from before. So the from container we need to identify, change that like that, and then we just have that. There we go. Another free pet. Everyone's getting free pets. Normally, my viewers now have to redeem 5,000 points to get that, and now we're getting free ones. All right. Getting close. What's different here? The component type is screwed up. Okay, I think that one's an easy one. I think in the lookup item slot, I'm not storing this thing. I'm not storing that. Where do we know that? We know that right away, so I can just store that directly here, right? Slot info dot component type is player. And I might as well just reuse that down here. Because I can. There we go. Yeah, one side effect of afternoon streams is the kids are home, and so they're going to make noise. They're going to cause the dog to make noise, and they might they might be petting the cat as they walk by, so you might see that. Oh, look, we're passing all the tests now. These ones are going to fail, though, right? These might pass. But these stacking ones are going to fail because we don't handle item stacks correctly. Because I totally forgot about that. So when you move one type of item onto another type of item and it stacks, it's supposed to move up to the max stack and then either remove the old item if you move the entire thing or just reduce its original quantity. So I didn't do that properly. That's why I have tests. Move inventory items stacked to same slot. Let me take the opportunity to fix this name. And what are we doing? We're trying to move it from... Oh, we don't have a check for that. What is it actually doing? It's actually doing... Okay, so we need to have a check for that. If this is exactly the same slot, it should be a no op. Look up item. So where would I check it? Right here, maybe? So if from dot... I actually have to check them all, right? If holding entity is the to holding entity, and from dot component type is to dot component type, and from dot path is to dot path, and from dot index is to dot index, then it's exactly the same slot, right? Then do nothing. Source and destination are the same slot, so no op. Basically, no operation. So that, whoops, that should fix this test. Was that the one? This was the one. Right. Okay, so that's fixed, and now we're down to, these are all stack related. Move inventory items stacked to same type already full. Let's fix the name. So what are we doing here? We're moving from 0 to 1. So we're moving from gold 1 entity to 2. Oh, it's already full, so it should be a no-op. Okay, and then this one, move inventory items stack to different type. Right, so this should expect a swap. Actually, that should have just worked. What is that actually? What is that? Oh no, that is working. Yeah, okay. Same type over maximum. Okay, what are we doing here? Right, so it would go over. We only have space for 5 more, and we had 10. So we would expect it, yeah, so to reduce the quantity of the from stack, increase the quantity of the to stack, and actually it shouldn't need to do that. Yeah, why? It shouldn't do that, because it didn't actually change either entity ID, so let's remove that requirement. It should just change the quantities of the two stacks, right? And then what was this one? Same stack under maximum. Right here it should remove the old entity, should destroy it. So there's only 5 and 10, and removing 0 to 1, so 0, gold 1 is destroyed. Right, destroy entity 1. Can we do that early? I guess we're doing it later because it makes sense to do it later. Yeah, we don't want it to reference a destroyed entity. Okay, that makes sense. Although it's all in the same command, so it wouldn't really matter. I wonder, just for simplicity, what if I just say that happens first? Destroy gold 1, increase gold 2's quantity of 15, and then basically that change removes that null. Okay. 3 things to fix. Who would have thought I would have broken all this stuff? Hopefully, actually, doing the actual adds for the container won't... The adds of code to support containers won't be so much stuff now that I've refactored this. So it's just item stacking that's broken. Alright. How do we know it's stackable? It's if they're exactly the same name and type, right? So that's here somewhere. Oh, right here. This is, we're actually doing the move. So this is if we had to swap. So really I should break this up, right? So it should handle the stacking whether we're doing a stacking or not. We're doing a stacking if 2 dot... how do we... What was the code to check if it's empty? This one. This one right here. If there's a stack there, I mean, if there's an item there and they're the same name. Actually, I don't even have the name stored in there. Let's add it. Item name equals a 2 item name. And the type would have to be the same, item type. Then we're doing a stacking operation, right? Yep. Otherwise, we're doing either a move or exchange. That will go inside here, right? Okay, so I need to add item name, obviously. There's item type. Item name If an item is present in the slot, this is the item's name. If empty, there is no item in the slot. So let's find out where that's assigned. Right here. Yeah, so the name is similar, in a similar place, right? It's key item name. You barely see that. Now you can see it right next to my head. Okay. Item name. Let's collapse this so we're not overlapping stuff. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's deltas. Okay, so if we're stacking items. Oh, I'm going to need to cache other stuff too, right? I'm going to need to know the quantity and max quantity. So size T quantity, item quantity. Size T item max quantity. And it's similar, and we should default these to 0. This, no, just grab this one. If an item is present in the slot, this is the item's quantity. If 0, there's no item in the slot. All right, this is the item's maximum quantity. This should be like current quantity. All right, and then fill that in the same place. All right, same thing here. Item quantity is key item quantity. Item max quantity is key item max quantity. All right. Back here. So we should check to see if it's going to actually move anything or not. There are 3 cases. We don't move anything, we move some, or we move all. And they all have to do something different. And we can return early if we're not moving anything. We're not moving anything if the destination stack is full, right? So if 2 item quantity equals 2 item max quantity, it's easy. We don't do anything. Destination stack is full. Else if from item into from item. Oh, I'm being raided. Alt F4. How are you doing? It's either Black Glasses or a Tota. How are you guys doing? The Alt F4 stream is a variety stream with Black Glasses doing coding or a Tota doing bartending and gaming. So I never know what to expect. Hi, Steph and Karzi and Akira and Eben. I'm gonna wave really quick. There's 1 wave. There's 2 waves. And how come my other... Oh, we're getting mixed in with our chat. There's a 3rd wave. There's a 4th wave. And a 5th wave. PHP? What program I'm using? I'm using VS Code. So here's a little intro video if you've never been here before. I'm working on this game that you can check out there. There's not much there yet, but it's going to look like this, where it is a game multiplayer online inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5. So it's retro style. You move up, down, left, right. Everything is represented by tiles. And then you can see your character's inventory and what they have equipped, that kind of thing. And you can say, oh, let me grab this sword, and I'm going to start using that sword now. There's a little bit of a bug where it thinks you lost the sword because it's only looking at these slots, but I'll be fixing that. This is new. I added this on Wednesday, the concept of equipment slots for characters. And I've been working on refactoring that code today because I want to add container slots now. So if you are opening a chest, treasure chest, or a bag that's in the world, I wanted to pop up all the item slots for that treasure chest or bag and let you move items between them. So I've been working on that today. Thank you for the follows. So Alt F4 stream, I hope your stream went well. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, MMO dungeon crawler. Yep, had to switch over to your other computer. No worries. Reminds you of Dwarf Fortress in style. I hope so, because I love Dwarf Fortress. This is more going to be what would you call it? A dungeon crawler. You might even think of it as what would be the right label for this? A quest-driven, like an MMO, only retro style. MMO dungeon crawler, yeah. So I think Akira Lane's got it. MMO dungeon crawler. The Dwarf Fortress is not really a dungeon crawl. Actually, Dwarf Fortress had the adventure mode, didn't it? Or doesn't it still? You did discover how. You did discover, however, it looks like your node joining isn't working properly. Well, don't feel bad, Delta Force Stream. It took me a couple months to get that correct. So yeah, if you were watching Delta Force Stream, probably he was using Raft. I'm also using Raft in my game. So if you see the admin console here, for example, this is the cluster status now. Server 11 is the leader. I'm only using Raft to keep duplicate copies of the game running in the event that the leader dies. One of these two follower servers can take over and continue running the game. If they're followers, they're just making copies of the game state, and that's all they're doing. So very low CPU usage. It's just scribing down, okay, that happened, that happened, that happened, that's cool, and then just listening to the leader say that. And the leader server is the one that's running all the game systems. I have a entity component system in the game. All of these things you see on the screen are different entities. So if I were to click on this slime here, that's entity 36779, and he's got components like what he looks like, where is he in the world, what are some of his attributes that make him an NPC, other stuff like that. And if you just look at ordinary dirt tile, it also has a tile and a position, but not much else because it's just background painting. Thank you for that follow. Never actually played Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is more of a colony sim, and there are different levels of the experience. You can do it hardcore, raw, where it's just ASCII art, or you can use a tile pack to see it more graphically. And there are varying opinions about what's the right way to play Dwarf Fortress. But a colony sim, mostly you're the manager or the micromanager, and you let your little dudes do what they want. In my game, you have direct control and agency over your main character. And if there are other people playing, they'll be around you too, and you could party up simply just by going together into the same areas, and so a little bit different. But yeah, not sure how to basically dynamically add peers to the raft. There's a section in the white paper about that, Alta, for I hope your black glasses, right? So there's a special section about cluster membership changing, and it's pretty complex, and I still haven't worked out all the bugs on my end too. I ran into the complication that when I remove a server and then add it back, that it can't get all of its network resources because there's the period of time where you have to wait for the port number to become available again, and my server would start up and say, I can't bind that port, and then it kind of craps out. So the raft part I think was working, only the game my design wasn't prepared to have to deal with can't get the network port now, try again later. And so it kind of gets stuck right now if I try to remove a server from the cluster and add it. But adding it is fairly easy. Adding is okay because you're always adding a follower. So I can say add another local host, ID 13, let's do 8090, 8190, and version default, and just say add. And it'll take a little bit of time for that server to start up, but now it's running and it's joined the cluster. And removing a follower is also pretty easy. I just say remove, yoink, it's closed. What's really difficult is when you want to remove the leader, because you can't remove the leader right away without everything going to crap. You have to sort of trigger a new election to happen, and then when the leader reverts to a follower, then it's pretty safe to remove it. And in the meantime, though, it's kind of rude to the cluster to just stop the leader or remove it, because someone's got to be the leader, otherwise nothing happens, right? And to be able to generate the peers, properly keep a list, but after they connect, the second node isn't updating its raft. Huh. What I did for membership of the cluster is the full list of the servers in the cluster is part of a configuration object that's part of the cluster state. So the moment I add a server 13, all three of these servers now know that there's a server 13 in the cluster, because the list item for server 13 is part of the game's configuration, which is part of the game state. So that's the way I decided to do it. So I don't know how yours is, but if the node list or the cluster membership configuration is not part of the actual state being replicated, then it sounds like that might be the problem. But if the list of nodes is part of your state, then that ought to, what the trick is, you replicate it first, and then once it's been committed, then the entire cluster knows that there should be a server 13, and then it's okay to start it up. Peers list is being replicated. Okay, so you have your problem is somewhere else then. Do you include the peers list or keep it null? Yeah, you have to include the peers list because they have to know how to talk to each other and who to expect to receive messages from. So like if these receive a message from server 13 right now, they're going to be like, there's no server 13, screw you. And it'll just ignore it. But if 13 was in the list and it hadn't heard it before, it's like, oh, yay, friend, server 13, you can join us. Don't know if I'm explaining it perfectly, but if you continue to have problems, I'd love to help out. I would need to know the differences between your architecture and mine, though. That's the tricky thing, right? Item quantity. So on join, you make a request to the leader, and it returns a list of peers that gets injected into the ref node configuration. Huh. So maybe the difference is, for me, before I do the join, I've already updated the configuration to include the node that hasn't joined yet. And then immediately what will happen is the other servers will start to connect to it. So like if I go back here and show you the log here, remember when I added 13? That would have been right around, it's back here somewhere, right? When was it? There should have been an add 13. Okay, here we go. Where did I do the add? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Normally, what I expect to see is, this is the leader 11. So basically, it committed that the configuration changed. Oh, wait a minute, there are other entries up here. I missed that. Yeah, first we go into join configuration where you have two configurations. Do you, question for you, Black Glasses, do you have the state of joint configuration, like the Raft white paper talks about? That's where the cluster simultaneously considers that there are two configurations, the old and the new. So if the old and the new, if the difference is that the new one has an extra server, then that means you're doing an add. If the difference between old and new is that a server is being missing from the new that was in the old, then you're doing a remove. And you try to keep it that simple, either an add or a remove. And you have to commit the joint configuration first before you can apply it. So we apply the joint configuration. Then once it's applied, then we can go drop the old and pick up the new. And that's what we're doing here. We're back to single configuration. The weird thing about this joint configuration state is that for purposes of like counting majorities, it's like if you get a majority in either the new or the old, then you pass, or something like that. There's weird rules about it. So yeah, it can be really tricky if the leader is in only one of the two configurations. It's pretty complicated. If people don't know what I'm talking about, then if you want to know, again, there's the Raft white paper or website. You can read more about it, but you don't need to. It's pretty esoteric. But the whole purpose of this Raft stuff is really just to keep the game up and running. So there are really 3 copies of the game. So if the main one dies, one of the other 2 can instantly take over and step in and become the leader and run the game. That's all we're trying to do with Raft. So yeah, if you just joined me, thank you for being here. I'm working on refactoring how the between dog barks, I'm working on reconfiguring or refactoring how I deal with items in my game. So I'm doing the item stacking here. If we're moving an item from one slot to the other and the names are the same and the types are the same, now we're doing a stacking operation. If the destination is full, we can't do anything. The other 2 cases are that the destination is not full and we can make one stack. You know, it all fits in one stack, and then the other one is where we can fill up the destination stack, but then there are leftovers. So let's do the leftover ones. The leftover case first. That would be if the from plus the to item quantity is greater than the 2 item max quantity, then destination is filled with leftovers, else source is used up. It all filling into the destination, right? So in this case, we can return early and go drink a beer. This one, we have to set the destination to max stack and then set the source to be the difference between what max stack is and what the from quantum quantity was, right? This case, we're going to fill up the destination a little bit, but maybe not to the max, and then we're going to destroy the source. So these all get different actions, right? And again, I have to deal with this stuff where it might be the same or different, right? Let me think about this. Yeah, do I want to do this complicated stuff where it could be the same component or a different component? It's gonna get messy. Okay, at least I can compute this one separately. Oh, look, someone got a free pet. Another free pet. We can figure out if it's the same component or not way out here, and then I don't need that breakpoint. Yes. Oh, thank you for that follow. I'm just going to copy all this, and there's going to be 2 copies of it. Let's do this one first. So, destination is filled. That means the with leftover. So that means this one. Oh, wait a minute. We're not modifying the container. We're modifying the items. Okay, so it's a little bit easier then. I don't need to modify either container. And it doesn't matter if it's the same component or not, does it? Aha! This makes it easier. Okay, cool. So the path doesn't matter either. So we're just filling in actions then. And returning the actions. There'll be 2 actions though. We need to modify the item component of the from item entity. The delta will be the key item quantity, and the quantity will be, I guess we can compute that first, right? Let's compute the amount actually moved quantity. That would be the maximum minus what the destination previously had, right? So then we're going to take the source down, so it's going to be from item quantity minus the moved quantity, right? And we're going to then place that quantity in the 2. And what we're going to place there is the max quantity. Max stack. There we go. So that's done. Easy peasy. The more difficult one follows. Sources used up, which means we have to actually destroy the entity and remove its reference from the source container. So the moved quantity is always going to be the from item quantity. And we're destroy entity, and the entity is going to be the from. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. It's entity, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So we're done. That's it for the source ones. Oh, no, that's not, I'm not done. We have to remove it from the from pass. That's this change. Yeah. There. Actually, let's do it. Let's logically remove it from their inventory and then destroy it. So removing from the inventory would be to say from container index from index equals null pointer. So we've taken it out of the inventory, out of the container. We're going to say we're removing it from the container and we're destroying it, and we're updating the destination to have its previous quantity plus the moved quantity. I think that's all I need to do. Yeah. That'll work. Okay. Let me hope that I fixed it. These 3 tests. The beast is secretly a project manager. You're just as... you got it, Link. Linkens, you've nailed it. Oh, and I forgot to some waves. Wave out to the Alta 4 stream, and that noob came in during that discussion. Woot, gear slots, yes. Gear slots indeed. Alright. Will these tests pass? Yes, and no. Okay. 2 out of 3 is not bad. Under maximum. How is this failing? We expected... Oh, I expected to destroy first. Okay, I can change. That's just a test expectation. Okay, yeah, so let's... Right, remove it from the inventory, then destroy it, then update the destination's quantity. That makes sense. I think the sequence should logically make sense somehow. And still not right. What did I do wrong? So, items is null to null. That's correct. Then destroy entity 1. That's correct. And then make quantity 15. Oh, 15105, that's not right. Why does it say 15? Okay, it should be 15. Okay, it should be 15, but it's 105? How did I screw that one up? Moved quantity. Oh, it's not max quantity, it's just quantity. There we go. Yes, that is my cat. His name is Casper. And when he's on his cat tower, which is like just out of my reach, like maybe 8 feet away, you can see him on stream. But if he jumps down and goes hunting, I'll have to turn off the camera. While the camera is active, and my cat is up there in the cat tower, if you spend 5,000 of my stream points, I will get up and pet the cat. That's new as of today. All right, let's see if that passes. Yay! Let's run all the unit tests. If these all pass, I think I just need to update the front end of the game, and then we're done with the refactoring when we're ready to introduce containers. Oh, he curls up exactly right. Actually, it looks like he's not even using all the space there. He's like hanging off the edge a little bit. Pet the cat is the best chat reward. You guys have to let me know if you redeem it though, because I see the number of requests to pet the cat as a 0 way over there, and it's way in the corner of my vision. Cats 90% of the time during the day they're asleep. The other out of the other 10%, 8% of the time they're bugging you, and 2% of the time they're eating, or pooping, or wandering around. But usually they do most of their activity at night, including yowling. Meow! In the middle of the night. Okay, I broke that somehow. Swap from main hand item is broken. Well, shoot. How do we break that? Swap to main hand item. So this failed. Oh, these things aren't set up with the same type. Oh, no, they do have the same type. Okay, what's wrong then? They don't have a name. That's what happened. Okay, they need to have names. Much like cats must have names, which they must never reveal to a human, items have to have names. Name. One's sword and one's mace. Sword. Mace. That's probably how that screwed up. Your cats always wake up around 2 a.m. and then begin a game of World War II destroying everything around the house? Yeah, exactly. Well, I only have one cat, so he just wanders around me like his loudest meow he can possibly make to like let you know that he's awake and like no one else is, and he's like, "Come on, someone wake up, play with me." And this has the same problem as the other thing, so let me just copy the name over. Name, and this one is Mace, and we're done, maybe? About 0.5% chance they see a weird UV light things that we humans don't and act weird because of that. Treble or bass meow? A bassy treble. Does that make sense? So my cat's meow is pretty high pitched, but to make it louder, it goes lower. Normally he's like meow. At night though, it's meow. Yeah, and really, I don't know how he makes his such a loud sound. You can hear it everywhere in the house. It's got to be heard. It's only when everyone else is asleep. Sometimes I feel like there should be retribution and I should wake him up with loud noises, but I don't think he would care. And that would be a mean thing, so I wouldn't do it anyway. Okay, it's all passing. So let me build the release build of the game, and while this is building, let me do the front end changes, because I haven't built this at all today. This is going to take a while. So front end of the game has to change a little bit, because we have to work with equipment a little differently. Okay, this is taking... Oh no, this is C++ land. Where is it here? Okay, here we go. We're taking equipment slots and expecting... Okay, so it's in this equipment slots. Where do I get that? Equipment. Hold on. Equipment slots. Oh, got it. So this is expecting the what's in the slot to the equipment to be an array. Okay, I need to fix that then. Thank you for that follow. Mancoon. Okay, so you have like a variance depending on the breed of the cat. Yeah, I'd understand that. I think the dynamic is much more complicated when you have multiple cats. I just have one cat, and so he's like, he doesn't have a friend to play with who is also a cat. He has to rely on the kids and I playing with them. Okay, I need to find out in the character reducer, what am I doing with this equipment? Oh, is it just expecting an array right now? And now it's an object with arrays that are keyed. Okay, so we can keep that, but this we need to actually right now we know that there's only one of them. Oh, wait a minute. I can do it this way. I can have, in addition to a name, I can have a index. That's what I'll do. Index, and they're all 0 right now. All right, and then down here, it's equipment name index. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, and then the messages we construct. We'll use this. Okay, so this actually should work as is. How are we doing on building? Still building. Chubs? That's funny. Okay, essentially I'm waiting for this to build. Oh, it's linking now. Once I get this to work, there was some to do back here, right? To do. Right. Right now the client just gives either a string or an integer, and instead I wanted to give 3 pieces of information. If it's equipment, it's which equipment, and then an index, which will always be 0 right now. And if it's inventory, we put the, what does it say, 2 item? Oh, right, the index is there. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I know what I want to do. Sorry if I'm babbling. I tend to babble when I'm thinking what I should be doing. So, update the code. That's update rvs serve. So we're restarting the game. It launches the code. The code is up and running, and then about 8, 9, 10 seconds later, the cluster timeout happens, and then a leader gets elected. To do highlight, maybe that's something for me. Is it like to do plus? I don't know if it would be that useful for me because I can just do that and then I get all 26 to-dos everywhere. So it might be interesting for other people though. So if you link it, I'll give you a point and it might be useful for other people. Okay, index is not defined. Sorry for the blinding white. That's line 64. Index. Oh, yeah, 0 right now. Hard coded. Okay, so that's the GMV, which doesn't matter. Property 0 is undefined. Ooh. So I want to debug that here. Let's reload and look at Redux. Oh, is that because it's crashing? So wait a minute. So let me just remove that for now. Let's look at Redux and freeze Redux. Let's undock it so I can put it over here and then look under, is it session character? Yeah, equipment. Okay, so they are arrays. So why wouldn't that work? What's... Oh, I remember what I was going to do with index was supposed to go here, right? But this isn't working for some reason. Or is it? And I'm just dumb. No, it isn't working. 0, index is undefined. No, equipment is undefined. What's name? Neck. And equipment is what? Hold on. How would I see equipment? It's an empty object? I don't get it. Oh, it is empty. Look at that. Okay, if equipment is empty... Oh, because we haven't received it yet. Okay, I know what to do then. We'd have to skip it. How will we skip it? If it's undefined... This is I'm weak in JavaScript, so I guess I'd have to make a ternary. I'd have to say equipment name. If so, do that. Otherwise, null. Right? Reload. Okay, that worked. Now, can I swap items? Yay, I can swap items. Can I put it in the main hand? Yes, it worked. Cool. And that shouldn't work. That shouldn't work. None of this should work. All right, nice. Let me make sure item stacking still works. So to do that, I need to create some gold on the ground. I'm going to just select my character, find the gold item, fetch it, and duplicate it onto the ground. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, no, that should have worked. It didn't make a duplicate of it on the ground because it had no position selected. Anyway, let me just make something new on the ground. Add. Item. Add. Tile. Oh, let's get rid of the despawn timer. Shoot, that probably deleted it. Yep, it deleted it. When I add something like that, and I give it a item, I have to remove the despawn timer, otherwise it'll immediately despawn. Add, and now I can make a tile that we can select the gold from it. Items, gold, submit. There, we have gold on the ground. So if I were to, let me make a duplicate copy of it. There we have 2 piles of gold. And when I get that, actually I wanted it to be in a different slot first. It's automatically stacking it when I pick it up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that gold on the ground there and just put it into my inventory. So that, copy it to there. Let me just take this entity, 36,833. 36,833. Submit, and then I'd remove its position. Remove. So it's picked up now. Now I should be able to stack them by dragging. It works. Nice. You could clear the pasted value off the timed, but first... Oh, did someone redeemed it? Aha! Thank you for letting me know. Rally Monkey, you have redeemed it. So it must be done. Here, hold on a second. Cat likes his neck and head scratched too. Thank you for letting me know about that, because I don't see those redemptions right away. It pleases you. Best use of points ever. Should pick him up and bring him to MAC. Yeah, but he's asleep. I feel bad. If he were to wake up, jump down, and sit there and meow at me, I'd probably pick him up and show you. But yeah, he's sleepy. Actually, if I pick that up, it should test max stack, right? So let me do that. We'll duplicate this again, because I hate losing these stacks. Duplicate it again. 36835 this time. 36835. 835. Submit, and then remove its position from the world. So it should be in my bag now. Okay, now when I drag that to here, it should hit max stack. Oh, nice. It worked. Cool, and when I drop that stack on the ground, X, and then that. So it's on the ground there, and when I pick it up, oh, I didn't expect it to do that. It actually filled that stack and put the remainder there. Okay, I guess that's working. Life of a cat, yeah, mostly sleeping. Okay, I think it's working. So the last step would be to get rid of this to-do stuff in here and have the front end actually include that information, right? Yeah. What's the yellow dot jumping up and down? Oh, that's a little test in this area here. So it was a test of the particle system. We have a game system called Lava that for all these squares here, periodically will generate a particle. And the back end, it looks like this kind of a message. So it just gives a path, which is coordinates that go into a Bezier curve function, which the front end uses to draw the arc. So these are the control points of of the path to draw the particle. So I have a similar thing for this firework that we made for New Year's Eve. That also is following a Bezier curve, and so do the subparticles. It's the same particle system, though, but a little bit more elaborate. Sleeping and being a pain in the bum, yeah. So you're going to make this the main stream game when you're finished? Yeah, totally. So I have to finish the engine and then start making enough content so people will be wanting to play in the game. But the idea would be that while we're oh, I can't, that won't work from this window. Well, I gotta do it from this window that has my key in it. The idea would be that if people are playing in the game here, and that would probably want me to close that first, right? So you might be logged in and playing here. There's an NP, that's not a player, but let's say it was a player. I might say, oh, well, let's go create a new area. Let's put some grass here. And then at first I might say that there's a gate you can kind of peer through. And you'd be able to see that area but not get to it. and then I say, let's put a tree there. And while I'm at it, let's spruce up the grass around the tree, right? Or I might put the entrance to a no dungeon in here, and so you'd have players all milling around here. Oh, there's that noob. So if you go up here, you'd be able to look into there, but not really see anything. It'd help if I gave some light, right? So if I were to grab that torch, for example, and duplicate it onto the wall there, now you'll see that area, and then when the drum roll happens, I'm like, okay, we're ready to open up that area, right? I would then open the gate, and then people can go through. And so here comes that noob. He's gonna go through the gate. He'll be the first one to enter that area. Yay! It took you a minute, but because you got distracted, but don't know if this helps. Oh, cool. Let me take that clip and I'll look at it later, if that's okay. Alt F4. Thank you for that. I will definitely take a look at that later. Yeah, so when I get the engine more complete, this is what I intend the stream to become, where as I'm adding new things to the game, and you'd be able to see me work on it on stream, and also if you're in the game, you'd be able to see through maybe a closed gate that, oh, there's something being worked on up there. And then when I'm done, I would just open the gate, and then you'd have players stream in, and people would be like trying to be the first to get to whatever. And I'm sure I'll think of more ideas, and you guys will think of more ideas of how to tie the stream and the game together. But it's going to take a while because I'm still working on the engine. Thank you for all the follows. So, like, for example, we might want to reward that noob right now by giving him some money. Do I have any money stashed around here? These are false monies. I don't have, like, an item template yet, but what would be a way to do this? I guess I can copy from the other game. No, that won't work. You know what? The next best thing would be is to go to that noob, look at his inventory, and he's probably got something cool in his inventory, like this item maybe. And then I can see what that is. It is an iron sword. Okay. Oh, I forgot. I gave his sword a damage boost. Oh, what else was in your inventory, by the way? You probably had money. Or was this another sword? Are you just flush with weapons? Oh no, this is gold. So I can just give him money by doing that. Now he's got 50 gold. Although I don't remember if that would... Actually, I don't know if that works right away. He'd have to reload the game or drop it and then pick it up to see that he has 50 now. But yeah, I can... While people are playing, I could reward them with special items. You know, I could be a cruel overlord and say, we're going to just lock you... Oh, he logged out. Oh, he's back. I could decide to put him in a cell somewhere, or just, you know, yoink him over to there. Or place him outside the world. Wah ha ha ha. I am a cruel overlord. Put him back. Yeah, that bug was fixed in test, but hasn't been pushed to production. Also, you're probably not seeing... Where is it? Where'd my other window go? Did I close it? I closed it. Yeah, you're probably not seeing the inventory stuff either, right? Incognito. Oh, I have to log in again. Shoot. Back to what I was doing. Tiger brush. Cool. Yeah, you're probably not seeing this because this hasn't been pushed to production either. Oh, that's right. I have money that doesn't expire sitting on the ground there. I'll just leave it there. The teleport didn't work for you? Oh, is that... There might be a bug in the game there. It didn't work as in nothing changed? Because I did move your character around. Oh, right. That was another bug that I fixed. You probably disappeared from the scene and then showed up again. See you, Rally Monkey. Oh, my camera needs adjustment. It's getting dark. Chroma key more aggressive. There we go. Yeah, you can play the game right now. Here's the link. So, yeah, I wanted to clean this up. So this 2 item is going to go away then. The problem is it's everywhere, so I need to go through and adjust all of these. And the idea was that this would be a descriptor with these things in it. Right, so from item, instead of being 1, would be a JSON object with some things in it. Kind. Primogen! Oh, 2 months! Hi, Prime. You guys should definitely check out the Primogen. He is now my very favorite evening stream to watch. Okay, dog, you can bark. Whatever. And a few of my friends also like to watch the Primogen too at night because he's an awesome streamer. Oh, someone came home. The dog is like welcoming them home. Okay, kind should be equipment. No, inventory. And that should be realm server. The dog is loud. The dog wants to be on stream. So do the kids, apparently. Oh, thank you again for the sub, Primogen. It's nice that you're here. All right, yeah, so what I'm still working on today, that's taking me like forever, is refactoring item handling code in preparation for introducing containers. I don't know if I'll actually get to it, but on Wednesday I added equipment slots for characters, and then I wanted to add a treasure chest in-game, because we don't want our gold to just be lying on the ground, right? It gets dirty. Who wants to pick up dirty gold? I'd rather put it in a nice ornate chest, open up the chest, and see the gold in the chest. That's the answer. Got a child with ASD? I don't know what ASD is. But my kid's very loud and rambunctious. And so is our dog. So that's what I'm working on today. This was the last refactoring step, though. Instead of sending just an index or a string, we want an object. So it was kind, which, and index. Okay, which is missing if it's in inventory, so we have no which. Instead, we just have index, and what did I used to have here? I think it was just 1. Yeah. So the index is now 1. Okay. And then the 2 index is player inventory 2. Like that. Autism spectrum disorder. I'll take it as a no. Well, the thing is that my wife would really get mad at me if I reveal personal information about our family, so I wouldn't be able to say yes or no because I just don't give out that information. So, happy wife, happy life, right? So, don't want to reveal any personal information and get in trouble. We're just gonna keep it private, if that's okay. 0 and 1. So I'm updating all of where I see these to-dos, these 2 items. Smart wife, smart husband. Yeah, I mean, there's already it's already too easy to get personal info, so why make it easier by just saying it, right? So, and it's not really relevant to what I'm doing. Hey there, Sedhu. How are you today? Oh, I should give out some waves. Some people that I haven't waved to today. The private gen and a bunch of people that came in a little bit ago. So we had, oh, where are these names? I'm slow today. Hold on. It was a while ago. I missed them. How come I can't see them? What time was it that all these chatters came in? 4:23 my time. Okay, that wasn't too long ago. So we have Erago. Seems to be working ahead. Find stackable inventory filled with. Okay, yep. The stacking should be working in the production. I just broke it when I was doing refactoring today. And I'm not seeing all these chatters. Oh, it was a while ago. 4:08. It was Jukenhaas talking about cats. Yes. And Ellie Knoll, hi. And Jay Dern, hi. I'm sorry I didn't see that I hadn't waved to you yet. How long have I been programming? I have a code journey thing that talks about it. So I started programming like on the Apple II, like when I was really young. So when I got into school, they didn't have computer science. So basically, it was learning by myself, and that was enough to get a job that lasted a long time. And I've been doing a lot of embedded stuff and demo apps and that kind of thing for a long time. I haven't done a whole lot of web dev, and I've never done game dev before, so this kind of stuff is new. It is fun, though. Really cool how you can see what would actually be in your line of sight. Yeah, that took a while to get the shadowing working. So what we're talking about here is like in this lighting test area. So you can this is what a normal player would see, right? You can see if things are lit. That's actually weird. How come I? Oh, right. That's because there's a one-directional light here shining up here. How come I can see that now? Is this broken? I'm feeling like this is broken. Oh, I remember why. I remember why. That actually pokes a hole in the wall, but you can't see it from this angle. I got bugs. I got bugs. Anyway, yeah, the rendering system is designed so you normally can't see through walls, and you can only see either things that are close or if they're lit by something else. Yeah, the game is buggy. Game's going to be buggy for a while until I make it more mature. It's a custom game engine that I'm writing from scratch here on Twitch. I can fix this particular bug by going into the particle I use for that light source and then setting its visibility mask like that. Now we can't see them through walls. See that? So this light's to the left. We can't see it because it's in the way until we go around the corner. Now we can see it, right? See how that works? Delayed for attacking? Yeah, well, it's running on like a T2.micro instance on Amazon Cloud. It's like the free tier. It's like the slowest computer you can get. And there's only one instance, and it's on the Pacific West Coast. So it's going to be slow unless you're like on the west coast of the US because of the lag. Also, there's no lag compensation in the game yet. There's no client-side prediction. It's very, very raw. Oh, thank you, Zensei. It's got a ways to go, right? Like what Steph is pointing out. It's buggy. There's delay. That's to be expected right now because it's a brandy new engine. Let me get back to this. Right, I was in the middle of doing this, right? So this one's different. This is player equipment, and this has to have a which is main hand. There we go. Fixed it. Player 637. A player 637 is probably an actual player. What I am doing just for, I don't know, because we were attacked by spammers in the past, is that if you create an account in the game and I can't link you to any identity from Twitch, we don't want to show your name because it could be a bad word. But if you have an identity in Twitch, I'll go ahead and unmask you. If you happen to have a bad word there, or if you misbehave, I know who to ban. But if you don't create it through Twitch, you're welcome to, move around in the game, but we're not going to be able to see your name, and you won't be able to chat in the game because I just don't want to deal with spammers right now. So, sorry. All we do when you log in with Twitch is we get a JSON web token that we can use that Twitch signs, basically says the bearer of this token is this person on Twitch. We don't actually record any personal information at all other than your Twitch ID and your current Twitch name, and that's only so we can display it. Why did I minimize that? I don't know. Yeah, so there's someone else playing who we don't know, and that's fine. How long have I been working on this? Do I have a how long? I do have a how long. So about a year and 2 months. And stream elements, I don't know why you think that I'm not following myself. Of course I follow myself. Who doesn't? All right. I need to fix all of these references. These are all correct. These are all correct now. All right, am I done? Except for these. These need to be updated. Hey there, Maui. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Zensei. Hi. So this is a kind of an unusual time for me to be streaming. Usually, for me, I would stream in the morning to the early afternoon. But my schedule is really wacky right now. And I'm finding that I can't stream a lot of mornings anymore. So I stream a little bit in the afternoon and evening instead. I work it around the kids' schedule nowadays. So that's why the start times are all over the place, and sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. Oh, you just linked it? Cool. How did you link it? You must have logged in with it. So I can now unmask your name. Sorry if you hear the doggy. Oh, you did unmask. You are. Now everyone can see you in the game. Actually, let's see where you are. There you are. Would you like some fireworks? I have some special reserve fireworks up here. Let's clone them, and then you guys can pick them up and use them. Have fun. So go walk on top of them, hit the G key, you'll pick it up, and then I think it's the U, and then you click on the item, and then you can launch those fireworks. We did that for New Year's Eve. I'm waiting for the fireworks. There they go. There they go. Boosh. They're all white and they're a little bit anticlimactic, I know, but that's I only had like 4 hours to do that, so that's as much as I could do. All right. Updating all of these. So from 1 to main hand, that's correct. So these are all similar. From 1 to main hand. Yes. Okay, are we done now? I've hit all of them. So then the corresponding thing up here would be that this becomes to descriptor, and this is from descriptor, and then I can delete all this code. That's the idea. Let's see if I did it. And I'll have to update the front end of the game to match that, and then I can move on to actually creating containers. How much time do I have left? Like an hour and a half? I mean, actually, it's Friday. I can keep going. I could stream all night if I wanted. It's Friday night. I don't have to go anywhere. Why don't I just keep going until I either run out of steam or I get this done? The objective would be to add chests in the game. I could even put this into production at the end. We can do a Friday deployment. Woohoo! Do you use JSON? Yes, I do right now because it is easier to debug. But it is costing me a lot of wasted processing on the server and client side. So there's a bit of a trade-off. So the easiest way to see this is you log in. Before you log into the game, hit F12, and then log in. I have the best password. It's Tiger Brush. Good thing it's local host only. Ha ha ha. Okay, so on the network tab, you go onto the WebSocket, and you'll see all the information that goes across the wire. So if I go a step to the left, step to the right, sit down, stand up, fight, all that stuff, there are these player input messages, and it's all JSON. Whenever something changes in the field of view, that's one of these sprites updates, and it tells you if you shifted your camera and which sprites to add, which ones got moved, and which ones got removed from the display. Everything is JSON. It's serialized on disk as JSON. There's a lot of JSON in the middle, and it's mostly just to make it easy to debug because they're really easy to see in Chrome in the DevTools, and also on disk. So I can show you. We're looking at the raw game journal as it's being created. It looks like this. So I can just say, hey, by the way, that's JSON. And these are all valid JSON. Every line here is a command being executed in the game. They're mostly just the raw view of what's happening here, where these particles are being launched, these slimes are moving around, right? That's what all these messages are doing. One of these is just, it got cleared because it resets every 150, 250 ones. This is a particle being launched. This is a monster moving around. This is the next action time being updated for a monster. So it's just really easy to debug. If I saw some weird behavior, I could look at the messages going through either the wire or on disk and see, oh, well, the bug is that I misspelled returning or something like that. So it's super convenient. Trying to follow along what you're saying, Setu, but I'm not sure how it relates. Oh, you're talking about autism in general? Your personal experience? Yeah. I don't have any experience with people who have autism, so I can't speak with any kind of authority, so I'll leave it up to the people who do have experience. You love great tools, yeah. So the having the messages in JSON is convenient and nice for debugging, but it's super slow on the actual game, and so at some kind of tipping point I'll reach where I'd rather not boost the EC2 instance to something more expensive. I'll probably just do away with the JSON stuff and go to binary. It's like protobuf or something like that. And then I'll have to have more tooling to actually see what's going on in the game, because if this is binary, I'm not going to be able to read it, right? So stuff like what's in my equipment, right? If I can't see this in text, I'll have to have another tool which translates to this in order to continue debugging. There's no other reason to do JSON. Well, okay, one other reason is that it's just a general, very, very flexible data structure technique. It's easy to nest things within other larger structures. You don't have to declare structs. So it's just super convenient. But the convenience and the debuggability have a cost in time, and mostly it's the CPU time that it takes to read and write the structures. Why can't I read binary? I can read binary, but not using binary yet because it's more work for me. I'll have to put in work to get the processing time down, and also to build up tools for debugging it. Yeah, harder to read. Yeah, I'd have to have a tool to interpret it in order to figure out what the messages mean if it's all in binary. Because I'm not good enough to interpret like a binary message just from the hex codes. Okay, where was I working here? I forgot what I was doing. Oh, was I just? Oh, right. I was verifying that should have built. And it hopefully didn't break any of my unit tests. So let's scan for those tests again. Yeah, easier said than done. For certain binary constructs, you get used to looking at which byte is which, but I mean, it takes a while, and you have to have a good working memory, and I don't have those things. Okay, is ECS the one I want? I think so. Run them all, please. Yep. Okay, that's the one with moving items around. So as long as I didn't break that. Oh, I did break something. I broke 2 tests. So it could be that I didn't update the test properly. Let's see. Oh, these are swapped by accident. That's equipment and that's inventory. And probably the other one too. Actually, let's just search for kind. Let's just search for which main hand. Equipment, okay, that's swapped. Inventory. And again. Inventory. Huh. Couple places. Equipment, the main hand is always equipment, not inventory. I think I hit all of them. Okay, good. Just tools to read binary, like where you can see the decimal value of a group of bytes. Yeah, so I envision I would have to make a tool similar to Wireshark, or maybe just use Wireshark. Either way, something that can take a stream of bytes, and you tell it, well, this stream of bytes is what bytes are going across the network, and please interpret them for me. And then we say, okay, that's an IP packet, that's a TCP connection there. For my game, it would be figuring out what bytes go with which commands and which command is which, and what are the current arguments to every command. So I need a tool like that. I have the framework for such a tool, but I don't have the syntax input for it yet because I haven't designed the binary format that I want. All right, all my tests are passing. I'm going to build that on the release build, but I need to update the front end accordingly. All right, building that. Front end work. So that would be in this move inventory item, right? That's where we see all these things. So I think I need to do it for drop item too. Okay, define move into inventory item. Okay, so this needs to be updated, right? So let's make from slot index, let's change that. Let's change that now from slot index to from slot descriptor. Update and replace. And we'll do the same thing for to slot indexes, to slot descriptor. And now I'm just going to search for where these are. Wait a minute, what happened? Literally skipped exactly and only viewed the last 2 times within 5 minutes? I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I skipped you. I have a hard time keeping up with chat sometimes. So you said you just created an account. Your player 639 would you put your Twitch name into the game, please? How does that work? There are 2 ways to do it. Let me demonstrate. So let me go to the game. Here I am in the game, right? So let me log out. So one way to do it is you do login and you do login with Twitch. And then it'll say, are you okay with this game knowing who you are? And the only thing that I get from Twitch is what is your Twitch ID and login name and name. It'll say something about email address, but I don't actually get the email address. When you do that, it will say, well, what do you want to be called in the game? And then you'll be automatically linked. Now, if you've already created an account, it's a little bit different. Let me show you that. So let me do this again. Let me unlink my account. Okay, so I have to do this quickly so that chat doesn't beat me to it. Otherwise, it'll be very embarrassing. So you would go to this profile tab. You get the code, quickly copy to the clipboard and paste. See what I did there? There was a get code, and then there was a copy to clipboard, and you paste in chat, and the bot successfully links your account, and it knows that you are linked to that Twitch account. So that's the other way to do it. Yeah, so if you made an account without Twitch, go to this profile thing, and there will have been, I'll just do it again. There'll be this section down here to link your in-game character with a Twitch login, do get code, and then I do get code, copy to clipboard, paste, and I'm linked. I have to do that fast because if I don't, someone else is going to paste it in chat and then have their account associated with this character and then be able to log into my account. I don't want that to happen. So that's the old way that we used to link it with Twitch before I had the login with Twitch. And so if you create an account not linked to Twitch, you'd have to link it that way. So yeah. Oh, there you go. You linked your account. So let's go unmask you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't intentionally skip your message. It's just that I'm just not very good at keeping up with chat sometimes, and my eye will miss messages even when you tag me. Unmask. There you go. Hey, there you are. You're between the worlds right now. That's the only way out. The rest of here are just, there's nothing there except for a closed door. So, should I reward you? Why not? Let's go get some fireworks. I keep my fireworks stash in this room that no one can get to. Pick that entity. And then, where are you in the game? Still in the Between Realms? And then I'll just put some fireworks down there. There you go. You go pick up the fireworks. Why am I using VS and VS Code at the same time? I like to use VS Code for as much as I can, but Visual Studio was just conveniently, I had set up here a release build, and I was using it for doing profiling, so measuring how fast the code is. VS Code doesn't have anything like that. So things like profiling how fast functions are running, I still use Visual Studio for that, for some things like that. So, yeah, Visual Studio itself, like this tool here, Performance Profiler, this doesn't exist in VS Code as far as I know. If it does exist as a plugin, then please let me know and I will be very happy. But right now, the only way I know how to do this is through Visual Studio. You may replace your wrapped implementation with etcd. Okay. Take a more cube approach. Awesome. If I'll have to, again, I'll have to look at that clip you sent me, Alt F4, and see if I can help. I don't know. All right. Did I miss any other chat? I don't think I missed any other chat, so I sort of owe Mawe some points for accidentally ignoring. Let me do that. Let me give you 10 points. Sorry about that. All right, let me get back on track. Go back to localhost, please. I made this build, right? This is ready to test. So the front end needs to be finished, though. I have these descriptors. It's important is to build the descriptors. So it's on move inventory item. So right now we have slot ID. I need 3 different things, don't I? Oh, no problem, Maui. I need to build these descriptors. They are in draggable item, right? So let's assume the source slot. Okay, this slot ID. Let's replace that with descriptor. Slot descriptor. And then so the key is to put it into draggable item. Okay. Actually, so slot ID will show up. Okay, it's in 2 places. All right, so here's where we need to build the descriptor. So for inventory, slot descriptor has a what does it need to be? Kind is items, because that is what this maps to, right? Items. And then equipment is EQ, right? Yeah, EQ. So kind, and then we don't need to set a which for inventory. We just need an index. And I need to do that little trick to make it an object, right? And then the other slot descriptor is equipment. So that's slot descriptor. And then here, it's also an object. The kind is EQ. The which is the name. And the index is always 0. Actually, no, we have index. We had index. All right, good. Good. So now, it's gonna break at first. Actually, I should just get the window up. New incognito window, local, let's log in. Raimu and Tiger Brush. Why am I using Tiger Brush? By the way, a little side thing to note. I haven't put this into production either, But I have a little improvement that I made to passwords. So it now checks if your password's been pwned. So if you do hunter2 and try to set your password to hunter2, it'll say, according to haveibeenpwned.com, that password has previously appeared in a data breach and should never be used. Please choose another. So I also have a password blacklist for passwords that I know people shouldn't use, like what was it? Password blacklist. Have you ever heard of this site? Where is it? Mostsecure.pw. Have you ever heard of this? It's a joke site, and they say, "Oh, look, this is the secure password." The joke is that this is constant, and so I figure even though this isn't pwned, we should blacklist it. So if I try to set that as the password, it'll say that password has been blacklisted, is not allowed for this site. So that's in there now. So now I can't pick hunter2 or chickens or any of that because most of the passwords you can think of that are single words like password, it'll either be not strong enough, or if I add a 1 at the end, or a 2, it'll say it's been pwned. So we make sure you don't use a password that's been in any kind of data breach. Password should work. You love the joke language? Yeah, so yeah, don't use mostsecure.pw. It's just a joke. I'm done with that. Yeah, we're done with that. Okay. So the items here will be all screwed up. Actually, they won't. They're not. Oh, because I saved this. No, but I didn't restart the cluster. So this is going to break, right? Yeah, okay, that didn't work. So if I restart the cluster, it should fix it. Update and serve. Keyword is the best password? It's probably pwned, Romania. Just saying. The have I been pwned thing, they actually have a really cool API. Or did I miss your question? Probably. What was the question? Would it be possible for you to hack the game to get different binary codes so you find hidden stuff and doors? Depends on your definition of hack. So as I add content in the game, for example, I might add secret doors that you have to just kind of discover by accident, or by talking to NPCs that tell you, well, go to the, go 3 to the right and 2 down from the doorway into the dungeon, and then search. So there might be hidden stuff that either you find by talking to NPCs or just you find randomly. And if you consider that a hack, that you like find those secrets, then yeah, there'll definitely be stuff like that. You also might be talking about, I might give certain users elevated privilege in the game where they can create their own areas of the world. And that I might allow for people I trust. But as far as like getting, like changing the message content of the game, probably not, because we don't want people to cheat. Hack by actually hack? Probably not. But if you were to find a hack, it'd probably be a bug. And yeah, my objective is to prevent that. But I'm open to the idea of making a subset of the game that you might be able to hack. So I might allow certain areas of the world where you can send hacking messages over the wire, and you get rewarded if you do stuff. Maybe. But we have to be very careful. It has to be limited in scope. We don't want people to hack the game to either mess with other people, harass other people, or get to their information. That would be really bad. We can't do that. Yeah, we don't want just random people to be able to destroy the game or people's experiences in the game. That would not be a smart thing to do. Like if I ever wanted to make this into a real game where people are paying for stuff, that would be really bad. It'd probably be illegal in most places too. So I don't think if there's hacking, it would be very limited in nature. Like to see how good the firewalls are? Well, be careful, because it's illegal in some contexts. You have to be really careful that what you're doing is within the realms of what's ethical and legal. Okay, I was just going to test this, right? I restarted up the cluster, and can I move my inventory now? I cannot. Let me make sure that the format of the messages is good. I probably screwed that up. So what happens when I do that? Move inventory item. Oh, it didn't include the key at all. Interesting. So there's slot descriptor. There, it should have put it in on move. Oh, there's a from and a... No, those are positional. From slot descriptor to slot descriptor. Okay, did it go into the the redux? So move in... There it is. Action. No. Okay, so it didn't even get in there. What happened? Source slot dot slot descriptor is defined. Key is slot oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Where do I have to put that slot descriptor? It should just go there, right? Oh, is this a prop? Okay, yeah, so it should appear... Oh, wait, did I not call it slot descriptor in the other places? That's probably what I did wrong. So, draggable item. It is slot descriptor. Did I misspell it? That's really weird. How come it's not oh, it is there. Okay, never mind. Oh, you're saying like a white hack, like someone to find stuff? I don't think I need that at this point, but I can certainly add you to the list of people to consider when I get to that point where I would want to do that. Is that what you're asking? So I can take your name and put it in my notebook saying future pen testing volunteer. There we go. Yeah, I'm not prepared right now to do penetration testing on the game, but in the future I might be looking for volunteers, and I'd certainly consider that. Wait a minute, what? Pen testing, yeah. Yeah, so not right now, but later, yeah. Probably I would want it before I make any kind of monetization in the game. Because before I want it to be, before I start to monetize it, I want it to be very secure. So I probably get some volunteers, maybe even pay some people to try to break it. All right. I'm kind of confused why it didn't show up here. Why would that be? Oh, is it because I didn't hit save here? I didn't hit save here. Duh. Okay. That would explain it. So let's try again. Okay, it worked. That was it. Nice. Can I do that? So that doesn't work, but that does, because we're just moving the stack around. That makes sense. Swap stack. That should not move to there. Once it's in there, I shouldn't be able to do that. Okay, cool. All right, I'm ready to check this in. We're prepared to add containers. Finally. So there's a lot of slot information there. Check that in. New equipment key. That's the definition of that helper method. So that should be declared here. Oh, and I didn't comment that. Okay, look up item slot. Let's give it some documentation. So, construct slot information. Construct information about a given item slot from perspective of the given player. This is the player from whose perspective to find an item slot. And the slot, this is the, hold on, what is that? What is lookup item slot exactly? It's a descriptor, so, right, so this is the descriptor providing information on what item slot is desired. Okay, then return. Information about the item slot is returned if there is no matching slot. The holding entity property will be 0. Okay, that's that. Now this one. Do I actually use that? Oh, I never even used that. Okay, dead code. Goodbye, dead code. Okay. Alright, check that in. There's these massive changes. Okay, so now we're describing items by descriptor, and we're supporting having multiple slots and a more unified interface for containers of items. Yep, okay. So, refactor and redesign items and their containers, or item containers. So the main things here are add this function for resolving item slots from a given player's perspective. Perspective. Can't spell. And then the second thing would be redesign character equipment slots to function the same way character general inventory works. And that's essentially it, right? Yep, that's all I'm going to say. That's all that I did. Get GC, get push that. Okay, thanks, Yuri. So when I eventually want to do pen testing, I'll keep you in mind. Oh, someone is collecting keys. All right. Am I finally ready to move on to the main part of the plan today? That was all this morning and all up to now. Making items optionally unmovable should be really quick. We want to do that because when I add a treasure chest in the game, I don't want someone to pick it up. Oh yeah, it was someone grabbing some. There's like a key ring right there. All right, and they're probably petting the cat because opportunity, you know. You're right there. Why not pet the cat? So let's change the task. Current task. Okay, adding capability of making items unmovable in the game. Alright, so unmovable, the only way you can move an item right now is picking it up. So pick up item is, I think, what we want to look for. Pick up item. Yeah, so pick up item here. You can pick up an item simply if it's in the world, right? And what is... Oh, this is looking at all entities at the position you're going to pick it up, and it's trying to find one that you can pick up. Yeah, it looks up the item. Actually, we're doing the old get instead of the width. but that's okay. Okay, before we get to this spot, we should check to see if we're allowed to pick it up. So that ought to be something really easy, like marked as immovable or something, a property of the item. Why don't we do it that way? So remember that spot. We're coming back to that. And then let me find the right place to test this. Probably ECS tests, right? ECS, there. We'll just go to the end. This is a huge test framework. We'll need to split this up at some point. Let's find where we have pickup item. There we go. Pickup item, no stack. Is that what I want? Yeah, that'll work. So let's fix the name of that test while we're at it. And then I'll make a duplicate of this test where we try to pick up immovable item. Pick up immovable item. All right, so we'll mark it immovable by going into its item component here and just saying realm server key item immovable. True. This doesn't exist yet. Let's make it exist. So key item right here, const standard string, I don't know, IMM. Just trying to keep the keys short. Okay, so if we set that and we try to pick it up, it should not do anything. That's what I want to verify. That if it's marked immovable, we can't pick it up. Hey there, Nitro Beast. How are you doing? I should be an announcer? Oh, thank you very much. Do you have a streaming schedule? It is changing a lot recently. So, I updated the stream. I started using the Streamlabs stream schedule thing below in the panels, but it's not perfect. I need to make my own extension. So, in the meantime, if people ask about the schedule, I'll just go to this thing where because I'm working around kids' schedule because I'm a stay-at-home dad now, the streams are whenever I can do it. So these are the general times where I have like 3 or 4 hours of not needing to drive anywhere, pick up from school, drop off from school. So whether you want to see it in Pacific Standard Time or UTC, Friday is going to be 2 streams, a 3-hour block and a 4-hour block that start at these times. And in general, I'll be streaming, for me, mornings Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, and afternoons Wednesday and Friday, and no stream on Thursday. Yeah. Yep, that's how it goes. Someone's got to shuttle kids around. Oh, I need to adjust my camera. It's getting even darker. It gets darker, I gotta adjust the chroma key. How far can I go? I can go about to there. There we go. It's really difficult to get the blue screen to fade away when it's dark. All right, so this test is ready. I just need to have the test explorer find it. You gonna hop in on the Discord? Okay. My Discord isn't... I don't expect it to be very active yet. I expect it to get more and more active as there's actual game content and the engine is more mature. Alright, so this actually does do a move when it shouldn't. So we will put a bookmark there and return the other bookmark. So here's where I want to do the check. So it should be... I guess inside of here. We can do it here. Well, it's probably more correct to do it here. If bool item to pick up key item immovable, then we can't move it. How do I, can I just return out of this? We'll do one of these. There we go. Just don't do anything. There we go. What it's returning is a list of commands to add to the game. So returning an empty list means that message from the client results in nothing happening. We probably could print something to the user saying you can't pick that up or something, but I'm just gonna keep it simple right now. So back to this test. This should pass now, and I should not break anything else in this category. So then I'm done with that, and to test it, let me actually make the chest item, and I'll mark it as immovable. So I don't even think I have the artwork for that yet, but I have it drawn. I just don't have it in the game. Where would I maybe put it under decorations? I guess I can add it to items. Why not? So open up a sprite. I'm using my own custom engine. So it's, how do I describe it? It's in two big pieces. The most of the game is in the back end, so to speak. It's a program that's running in Amazon Web Services. It's written mostly in C++, and it's all custom. It's all handwritten, and I've done it mostly on stream. The front end is a smaller piece. It's all written in JavaScript, and I'm using a variety of libraries. So the engine command lists Phaser, React, and Redux. Phaser draws the graphics here. We use React for the DOM and Redux for the state. But yeah, the bulk of the game is a custom C++ program, which I've been working on today. So this is part of the game engine. This is the part of the game engine that deals with what do we do when the client asks us to pick an item up off the ground. It's not the cleanest. It needs to be refactor, obviously, but it's reaching into the game's entity component system to see, is there an object there that's an item, and if so, is it this is the thing I just added. If it has the immovable flag set, then don't do anything. Otherwise, it does like, what we'd have to do if you pick it up and add it to an existing slot or add it to a free slot, that kind of thing. Where are you in the game? There is a secret wall. Did you find the secret wall? You might have found the secret wall. And this is really slow until I close this. Where are you? There's a secret wall right there, but this is the stairs up to the starter town, where there are a couple NPCs and not much else. You've not made your own engine, but you don't see the point for you personally because commercially available. Yeah. The only reason I made my own engine is because I like writing stuff from scratch. My stream didn't start out last year doing game dev. It was trying to make a web server from scratch. Then when I made this web server, I'm like, oh, what should I do with it? Oh, why can't? Oh, that's not a secret. I made a web server from scratch, and then I'm like, what am I going to do with it? Well, I've always wanted to make a game. What if I made the game online and I could leverage the web server with WebSockets? And I'm like, cool, that's what I'm going to do. All right. Yeah, so that just leads to this zone here, the starter town. That's the stairs down, and you're next to the stairs up, and there's all there is just these two dudes that you can talk to. There you are. Let's heal you while we have a chance. Actually, you can heal yourself if you talk to this guy and say the word heal. So you step next to him, you hit the T key, and then hit the right arrow, and then you type in the word heal, and he will heal you. Why is the source easy to read? Which source? Do you mean for the front end of the game? I'm not sure what you mean. Or are you responding to someone else? I don't know. I don't think my source code is easy to read. Okay, what was I doing? I was going to get the artwork for the chest. So open file, it will be in the assets. The items, right? Items. So there are the items. Let me extend it. So canvas size, 32 more would be 50? No, 60. Okay, and then let me pull in, I have old artwork under something called, okay, where was it? Tiles.png. So this is a really, really old set of tiles I did when I was like a teenager or something like that. And I've been pulling from that. And chest is in here. Actually, there are two chest icons I wanted. I wanted the open chest and the closed one. Where are they? Oh, they're up here. I want these two. So grab these two. Copy, and let me make this wider now. Canvas, let me add 32 more. So that would be 92. Hang to the left, and then paste and put them right there, right? Save that, and let me export. Ooh, someone just put a whole bunch of text in the chat. That's just an image from the game, right? Probably it was packaged into the code. I don't know which image that is. Which image is that, do you think? Or where did you get that from? Export that to... Yeah, that's the right place. Yes. Export. All right, so now it should be in the list back here. Items. Okay, there it is. So let's add 5 and a 6 and 5, add a tile. And that tile will be this, that tile will be this one. Update. And then 6 will have an is the open chest, right? That one, update. There, so now I have open and closed chests. So let me, right now I'll just have the chest open. I'll deal with opening and closing the chest later. So let me just put an open chest in the world. Put that in my palette, please. So let me just paint that at depth 1. I'll put it right here. There's my chest. So now to make it actually a chest, I have to pick it and make it an item. Actually, let me just copy from the other item. This one. So this has an item that looks like that. So max quantity is 1. It's a chest. There's only 1 of it. Type is, I don't know, chest. Don't have a really type thing for it. And then I need to make it immovable. This is the important part. True. Now it's an immovable chest. And let me get that new incognito window open. Missing static textures. Where are they? Where are they missing? Tiger brush. Let me make sure I can't pick it up. Oh, I didn't update the game, did I? The release build. We should do that. Otherwise, I'll be able to pick it up, and that would be embarrassing. Oh, screenshot to remember the secret wall spots in the game. You never do that. I'm having a hard time following along. Like, what were you talking about there with the static texture? Which texture is that? Oh, you mean the yeah. Well, right now it's just a Maui. It's just all test content, so there's no real secrets to reveal. When I'm working on in the game with real content, I'll have to be really careful not to reveal the secrets on stream. Should be on the password blacklist. I had to pick something that wasn't pwned, otherwise it wouldn't let me do it. Texture.js 195. Okay. I don't have a texture.js. Maybe that's imported from Phaser. Maybe there's a static texture in Phaser. How would I guess you're saying I could find it here? That would be what? Sources? Yeah, I don't have a text. What would it show up under here somewhere? I don't have a texture.js. Which texture.js are you finding? It probably what's one of the libraries I'm pulling in. I don't think it's my texture at all. I don't have anything called texture.js. Source panel reveal. How do I do a search with? Oh, like is there a search here? Aha. Texture.js. Yeah, that's something that came with the Phaser library. That's not mine. Yeah, this isn't me. This is someone else. What do you say it's on line 190? Oh, are you talking about the console messages like these? That is a bug that I haven't fixed yet. The rendering system isn't supposed to, or the front end part of the rendering system isn't supposed to draw anything until it's finished loading the asset that contains the texture, but for some reason it sometimes still is. So that is coming from here when phaser is told to draw something and it can't find the actual frame definition. Yeah. So yeah, that is a bug. I have yet to fix it completely. I fixed most of this bug, so it happens less frequently, but it still happens. And until I fix that bug, we'll be seeing those warnings. Unfortunately. Okay, did I built it, but I didn't redeploy it, right? Update and serve. Doo-ba-doo. Okay. I should not be able to pick up this chest. Let me drop the other money. I don't need this big pile of money. Drop, X that. Get. Cool. I can't pick up the chest. I can pick up the gold, but I can't pick up the chest. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Sorry, I was just asked a question. Oh, look at my eyes. So scary. That's a problem with my lighting. Can I actually fix that, or am I gonna have to deal with that? Either get the glow around my head, or I get the weird eyes. That's the best compromise I can get there. All right. Love that intermission. Yeah, that's my emergency mute if someone comes by and like actually wants to talk to me in the house, and I'm like, okay, quick mute. Quick intermission. Okay, so that I can't pick up that item, so we're done with that. Let me check that in. Get a GUI. So that's the immovable flag. There's where we actually refuse to pick it up because it's not movable. There's the test for it, and that's separate, so that's the chest. So add ability to mark items as immovable. And then this was simply adding the add graphics for open and closed chests. Or what's another one? Bins, whatever you want to call it. All right, get push that. With the half an hour remaining, let me try to see what I can do about the adding containers. I have a bunch of notes about that. Adding containers, bags, chests will have a container component. It's going to have an items field, which actually holds the items within the box, and then a flag indicating whether or not you can interact with it, and then we'll have to add a look command that we use to interact with the container. And it can be either in the world or in your inventory, and looking at it starts an interaction with the container. And if it's not a container, it might have a look script, so a more advanced thing, like maybe you open up the chest actually explodes or something. So we have to have the state of interacting with the container. If we're interacting with the container, you can't move it, and it can't be picked up. You can't despawn. You can see the contents on your panel, and you can drag items between them. All right. I have no idea who Richard Davey is. He's probably one of the guys who worked on Phaser. Yeah. Probably. So, yeah, for the front end of the game, I'm using a lot of libraries, including Phaser. It's the back end of my game where it's all custom stuff for the most part. I didn't do the TLS or the compression stuff. Those I'm using librsSL and zlib. All right, so the first things first, container component. So let's just set that up now. I don't actually need to do anything in the code. I can just go to that container and add the component container, and it will be an object, and then that object will have a key items, and then we'll just have stuff in it. So null, let's just have it be an empty box that can hold 4 things. And then there was something else, right? Oh, there was like an open flag. So open is true. Done. So now it is a container with stuff in it. And if I wanted to put, let's put that gold that's sitting there in the chest. So that's this entity, 36834, right? So 36834. 36834, and then we remove its position component. So now it's in the box. Problem is we can't see what's in the box until I add the code to basically allow you to interact with the box. Once I do, I'll be able to reach in there and take the gold out. So let's work on that. So this is done, essentially, this part. And so do we want the look command first? Yeah, so adding a look command to the game. One problem is I'm running out of space for commands along the bottom. If I add another one, I think it's going to extend the size of these things a little bit. If I just say get instead of get item, that might be one way to fit it for now until I think of something else. So let me look for get item. This one. Let's just say get instead. That should recover some real estate. Okay, and then maybe I'll be able to fit a button here now. I don't know what is ISRG CPS. I have no idea what that is. Oh, for the certificate? Yeah, I'm using Let's Encrypt. We would see that here, right? Certificate. It's signed by Let's Encrypt Authority X3. Is that what you mean? Because that's a really convenient way to get a free SSL certificate. That I'm using Let's Encrypt to get the certificate, but for the encryption, the actual code to do the encryption, I'm using LibreSSL. So that is here. Do they have a README? README. Yeah. What's there? Yeah, so it's a fork of OpenSSL developed by the OpenBSD project. So the reason I picked LibreSSL is I could not build OpenSSL within CMake, but I could build it with LibreSSL because they had a CMake list that let me build it. So it's just a fork of OpenSSL. The certificate is public. It's got the public key in it. The whole point of the certificate is that you provide what the other person would need to verify you, because it's got your public key and it's been signed. It's got signatures signed by certificate authorities. If everything was hidden, then you wouldn't be able to communicate because you wouldn't be able to trust anybody. You have to start with something. So usually you start with certificate authority certificates, and then you receive more certificates that are signed by those things. All of that stuff has to be publicly readable, otherwise you don't know who to trust and you can't read anything. What's an MMORPG? How's it different? I just took the massive part out of it. So it's not a massive multiplayer online, it's just a multiplayer online. Massive implies large scalability, and I'm not prepared to do large scalability yet. So I can't run this on a huge infrastructure with sharded divisions of the game. I don't have any of that right now. All right, let's add a button for look. Where do I want to add it? Just to the right there? Look. L, look. L? I'm not using L for anything. Look. How does that look like now? Just barely fits, or am I extending past that range? What happens if I added another button like foobar? Is that making the chat window larger? Oh no, it starts to break it like that. Okay, so we're just barely fitting that button in without wrapping things. Yeah, the concurrent total users is pretty small right now. Like, I think you guys would probably be able to crash the server easily just by logging in with a lot of users at the same time. And I just shut the game down for now and restrict who can play it. I want to be able to support actual players, but I know that there aren't going to be as many right now. So when I get to that, I think of it as a good problem to have. If a lot of people wanted to really play the game and not just pen testing, then I would have to scale it up, and I would actually get rewarded for that because people actually want to play. And if I were to scale it up now, and while no one wants to play, there's no real point because I'm not going to get anything from doing it, except for maybe personal satisfaction. But I'd rather get the engine working first, then try to scale it up. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm not making sense. You know, it's late. This should not do an on drop. This should do an on look. L. Look. So we're going to have a new input context. And then that's a prop. So let me look for the... what's the closest thing? Talk, I guess? No, it would be like use. Well... let's make it in-game right now, so it would be a talk. A rendering. Okay, so input direction... yeah, so if you hit a direction... if you pick a direction, yeah, so we want something here. If it's the look input context, then we'll dispatch a look action. We don't have that yet, but that's fine. So look is something you can escape out of by hitting the escape key. Okay, and here's the shortcut stuff. So I'm just going to add it to... I've been adding it to the end. There's no... it doesn't really need to be in any particular order. I think that's it. I just need the action now to actually... well, wait a minute. I'm missing something. This talk by itself without quotes should be in the JS somewhere. Here. Right. Because there will be a special, like, how do you draw the bar at the bottom if it's a look? And I'm just going to kind of cheat and take input talk and duplicate it. Where is input talk? Here it is. Duplicate it to input look. So this is, instead of talk, it's look. Input talk is input look. Look direction. Look bar. All right. And why would... oh, because we have to import it. Input look. Okay, so now I have a look direction, and it crashes because there is no look action. So let's add look. Define action look. And probably it's going to be the same as talk. So it will be in the game interaction middleware. It makes sense. Just like talk. So it'll be on look. Let's take on talk and just duplicate it. And grab on talk. Go to here, and it goes right above there. This is on look. And then we print the direction, and then we send to the game player look. All right. So now that should be the end for the initiating the interaction. So it's going to send that to the game, and the game's going to be like, what does look mean? Unrecognized player look message. So we just need to add that to the back end now. Player talk shows up in this test, so let's duplicate that. How do we want look to work? Oh, I should just do the same thing I did for talk. It just makes an ECS event called look. Actually, I don't want it to do that. Actually, how did this work? Is it going to? Oh, it's going to a system called dialogue system, right? And that's hard coded. Dialogue system. No, the dialogue.cp. Oh, here it is. There's a dialogue system. So maybe I would have a look system. And this what responds to talk events? Dialogue start, dialogue input. Yeah, talk. Okay, so I can have, yeah, I could just make the whole thing a game system, right? And I could even start it out in Lua to make it easier. I'm just thinking, how would this work? I think if you're interacting with the container, the game will have to start telling you about what's in the container, and then it's going to have to support moving things in or out of that container. So we need to record somehow that you're interacting with the container. Right now I have an interact thing. Maybe I just reuse that. There's an interact component, and that'll have the entity ID of what you're interacting with. So if I'm talking to an NPC, like let's have this guy talk. Go talk to George. Go down there. If I go and I talk to George, now when I look at that entity, it's got 3330 in there because we're interacting with George, who's entity 3330. Ignore the bug that George is able to walk away while we're talking to him. Bob the guard. Oh, he says his name is Bob, but his real name is George. That's interesting. Bye. I'll have to fix that too. Let's move you back up here. So if I were to look at the chest, let's have the first thing that it do is put the chest entity number into the interact list. And probably the chest should have an interact too, right? Yeah, interact empty list. There we go. I know, George is just rude. He just kind of walks away when you're talking to him. Extremely rude. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll start this off with Lua, right? The only problem is when we're interacting with the container, we need to tell the player what's in the container. I can actually do that in Lua, though. The only problem is if something in the chest were to change, we don't know to tell the player about it yet. But I could update that particular game. Where would that be? That would be in the executor. It's got code in here that, whoops, how'd I get there? Previous inventory. It would kind of work like that. Actually, it wouldn't exactly work like this, would it? It would have to be a special message to the player. How did this previous inventory work? Does it any command can result in that? There's only moves. Oh no, it was okay, I remember. Where would I That's strange. It's not showing up in all the files I want. Oh, here it is. It relies on it being an ECS command to change it. Actually, that'll be true. Okay, that'll work. That'll be true even for containers. So we could have something called, oh, hold on a second. I gotta mute the camera, or hide the camera for a second. Yeah. Sorry about that. All right. Oh, thank you for that follow. I think this is the mechanism I used when something in your inventory or your equipment changes. I think I just want to add to this and do a similar thing for, right, instead of sending the player an inventory delta, we'll send the player a container delta, and it'll tell us what has changed in the current container that we're interacting with. In fact, I think I'll use the word container even. All right. So I can put the system in Lua to begin with, right? That means that actually either way, that means in the message we're going to add. We're going to add the message. It'll be like talk. So this is, yeah. So we'll just put it at the end of this long file. One of these days I will refactor this out. So this will be player look. So we're going to create character, and it's going to be player look in a certain direction, and that should translate to an event called look with the same direction. There we go. I can't read Discord messages while I'm streaming, Steph. But I'll be able to look at it after the stream. Unless it's urgent. When finished? Okay, yeah. If it's urgent, I can read it now. But I saw your message about that you're finding a lot of bugs, a lot of errors. And yeah, that's to be expected because I have, if you check it out, my GitHub, I have a special repository that's dedicated just to logging what is broken in the game. So GitHub issues, right? We have 163 known issues with the game, and a lot of them are bugs. So it's very likely if you found some issues, they're probably already in this list somewhere. Okay, did you put it in the channel? Wow, a lot of stuff added here. Oh, we'll take a look at it. Oh, if you okay, so the errors that you might see in the console, right? These ones are we know about, that's a known issue. That might actually be in this issues thing. Let me look for this. Texture. Yeah. This is actually marked awaiting release. It shouldn't be. Let me take off that flag because it's actually not fixed. Oops. I need to take off that one and say, this is still happening at times. Need to go back and debug. Yeah, so the errors that you're finding might already be known. If they're not, let me know, or you can feel free to log something in here, or you can also log it in game. There, you go to this tab and you say new ticket, and you can report a bug, and that goes into like an in-game ticket list. I'll eventually open a GitHub issue for it, just so I don't forget about it. But that's just for your convenience if you want to. But yeah, that's a known issue. It's in the stage, so like this area, there are bugs there too. There's also plenty of those. And if it's in stage.js, stage.js is the middleware that handles all this window. So I wouldn't be surprised. This is a beast. It's over 2,000 lines long, and there's undoubtedly lots of bugs in there. No doubt. Okay, I added that. Let's run. Did I build it? I did build it. Oh, but I only wrote the test. Yeah, haven't actually put the code in there. Towards the line 2000. Did you have the actual line number? You have the line number. I'll take a look. But not urgent. Hey there, can of gravy. I don't know who Mister is, but hey. Also, wait a second. Shippage, how are you doing? Yeah, what even defines massive for massive multiplayer? I would think that it would be thousands of players. Oh, and Warcride was here. Hi. And Sad Moody. I forgot to say hi to you as well. That was a while ago. 508. You said that the game has Ultima vibes. Yes, because it was inspired by Ultima. Oh, I look like your pit teacher. No. I've been told I look like my dad, but my dad's not a teacher. Okay, so I have a test set up here for this new command. I just need to add the code to implement it. So it needs a registration. It actually alphabetically fits right there, doesn't it? Look next to talk. And then here's where we declare it using these evil macros so that we don't have to look at all the messy details of how we register our game command. And then the implementation would be like player talk check. So that we can copy these two because look and talk are going to be very similar, right? So I'm going to paste, and this will be player look instead of talk. I think it actually operates exactly the same, right? It's just going to make it a look event in the ECS. Entity component system. I have a command for that, right? Yes. That's what ECS means. So going back to the test, which was here, run it, and it passes. Okay, so then if I put this into the release build, and then I need to get set up to add a script that will respond to the look event, and we have to actually have it scan to see if there's something to look at in the game. Oh, do I need to do this in C++ then? Because I don't have access to the position index. Oh, maybe I do. I have to look and see. While that's building, let me go look. Position index. Do I access that from here at all? Actually, this is what I'm most interested in searching for. Remove, set, can move. Okay, maybe I don't have it in there. So I should probably do the system in C++ then, and not in Lua, because I'm going to want to do the same thing that talk ends up doing. So that's in dialog.cpp, where it goes to this, where is it? This position index and does a find to find all the entities that you might want to interact with. Okay, you know, I'm okay with that. We'll just duplicate dialog and call it look, the look system. So when I do that, I'm going to need to add dialog system or look system to the list. So this has dialog system, we'll add look to it. Look, the look system. And so we'll need to include that. I would have to declare that somewhere, right? Where is that declared? Oh, there was a special macro for that, declaring a system. Here it is. Declare system. Hey, what do you know? Let's make a new system. It's called the look system. Easy peasy. So I need to add it to the build, though. The build is here. Dialog. Now we will be adding look. And let's go to look. And just rename it everywhere. Look. The look system. Hey, it's 2020 now. All right. It's going to be very similar. Okay, I don't need the look start, though, or look input. This one is the one, only the really one I need. If the type of the event is look, then we get the player. We make sure they're not dead. If they're dead, you say you're dead. You can't look because you're dead. get their position, look at the place next to them. It's not found NPC. It should be found container for now. All right, so we're looking for a container, right? And this will be renamed. I can't do that. Actually, I can. Why not? That is container. Okay, this I don't need. Right? What was this? What did that used to be in the dialogue system that I copied this from? Key NPC. Oh, this is looking up the dialogue. I'm not going to do this then. So, yeah, we're not doing that. Okay, so if we found something... Oh, right. If we found something and we couldn't open it, we can say... What are we going to say? If there's nothing there, we can say there's nothing interesting there. Nothing interesting to see there. You screenshotted everything you found? Oh, okay. Oh, let's look. It's not in Discord. I don't usually look at Discord while I'm streaming because it is too much to handle. I have enough just trying to keep up with chat. So my apologies. I can't keep up with Discord while streaming. Okay, I don't need this, do I? Or that. This is all extra stuff I don't need. Right. So it's just reduced to this for now. Just as a placeholder, I can do this for now, right? Actually, do I need found container? We're just going to return. I don't need this. Let me just put this here for now. There is a container there. Soon, you'll be able to interact with it. And then we'll return here. And if we fall out, that means there wasn't anything to interact with. So we'll just print this message. There's nothing interesting to see there. All right. I think that's it for now. What am I making? I'm making this game called Omnia Reigna. It looks like this. So it's inspired by the Ultima games. So simple 2D, up, down, left, right movement, simple tiles and graphics. You can talk to NPCs in the game. You can ask them their name, their job, and other things. I'm going to use that to build a story on top of, where you have to talk, find different NPCs and ask them different things. And that is heavily inspired by the Ultima games, because that's actually, you played those games to unravel the story. You had to talk to NPCs and ask them for keywords. But there's also going to be, action of a sort. Here I'll fight these slimes, and probably I'll get my butt kicked. Oh, I killed one, and now I'm dead. I got one, and the second one killed me. So yeah, there's combat. Right now, it's just melee combat. I've been working on the item system. So this is a new equipment slot system. So you should be able to put a weapon in that slot, but nothing else. And you can't put a weapon on your neck or on your foot. So I've been working on that today. I'm working right now on this is a chest. It's new today, and I put gold in there, and I'm working on code to be able to, when I look at that chest, look down, instead of doing nothing, I want it to open up the inventory of the chest and let me pull the gold out of it. That would be neat. So this is a work in progress. I've been working on this since whatever that says, since mid-November of 2 years ago. So like a year and 3 months. And since the engine is from scratch, it's taken me this long to get to where I am. So yeah, if you have any other questions, let me know. I have lots of commands to answer common things, and I don't mind chatting too. So I am adding a system in the game that will respond to this look command. And what I wanted to do is when I look at a container, I want it to, the first step would be to have it recognize that there's a container there. And if that works, then the next thing after that would be put that container in the players interact list and then subscribe to the inventory of that container. And in the front end, I want to actually draw the container's inventory down here. And then I'll work on making it pretty later. I just want to make it functional. I want to see the extra slots show up as long as I'm interacting with the container, and I want to be able to drag between those slots. So that should be doable with the mechanics I already did today. Just a matter of connecting the things together. So building that. Is this built right? Oh, I forgot to run the test for it. Oh, wait. I didn't write a test for the look system. Should I? I can just do it later. Do I even have a test for the dialogue system? I do. I should have tests for the look system, but I'm really kind of getting tired. It's been 4 hours, but I kind of want to get to a good stopping point. Yeah, normally I would stop after 4 hours. I should say hi to CWR97. Hello. Welcome to the stream. It is Friday night. It's Friday night at 6 p.m. for me. I should probably find a good stopping point and work on this on Monday. Let me at least get the interaction to work properly, as in like it recognizes that there's a chest there. And actually I have to kind of think, if we're interacting with the chest, can we move? And if we move, does that cancel the interaction? Probably. So the game would have to know to break the interaction as soon as you move away from the chest or something happens to the chest. Or we can simply, actually the way it would work now is if there's anything in the interaction list, it ignores movement. We can just keep it like that. So you have to, there needs to be a way to stop interacting with the chest. How do we do that? The front end can know that it's interacting with the chest, and when you try to move, it can cancel the interaction. That's one way to do it. I think actually the dialogue system had something for that. Anyway, this first step, let me at least test it. Update the code, restart the servers, up and running. Okay, while that's running, let me see if there are more messages. Okay. Guess there's nothing to interact with there. Anyway. Testing this should be as easy as I'm in the game here and I look down. There's a container there. Soon you'll be able to interact with it. Sweet. Nothing interesting to see there. Okay, cool. So that works. If I'm interacting with a NPC, how do I break the interaction now? It was typing by and oh, actually just look at it here. There should the code will be in the dialogue system. Here, let me find it. There's like a way to exit the dialogue, I think. It's not pause. There's enter dialogue. Is there an exit dialogue? Yeah, remove the interaction. Yes. Where's the actual player interact? Oh, interact of the player, remove the target. Right. So this is how we exit a dialogue. So I'll do the same thing for exiting interaction with a container. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. So when you look at a container, it'll tell the client that you're now interacting with a container. And then during that you can't move. But then what the front end can do is it can send a message to the back end saying, done interacting with the container, and that will clear the interaction, and then it'll let you move again. You want to be able to move away if, say, a monster attacks you while checking a chest? Yeah, so what we'll do is the front end will, when you try to move while you're looking at a chest, it'll just cancel the interaction and then move. So that means the front end has to remember we're interacting with the chest, and we have to do the canceling of the interaction. Okay, so let me do this in pieces. So first piece would be to enter the interaction in the first place. That's this stuff. These two. Let's pin this one and go to look system. So that would be here. There's not going to be feedback anymore. Instead, we're going to, well, there's going to be feedback, but it's to actually interact. The player should interact with the container entity. That's the other entity. And then the other entity should have also an interaction list, and we'll add the player to it. Okay, so that will begin the interaction. We need to tell the player, though. Actually, I can just do it with this. Message to the player. Message type is begin container interaction. Why not, right? And then it will send back, and the client will send back an end when it's done. And so, that's all I really need to say, right? In another part of the game, I'll have it send the contents of the container. But for now, we just want to see that. And then on the flip side, let's have an end interaction. So, you know what I can do? I can just like I had player talk or player look, I can add one almost exactly the same. So this would be end container interaction. So it sends it except for none of the underscores are present. And there's no direction needed. So we have to actually set it up to be interacting with the container. So let's have this be the player entity. And I'll have another entity for the container. And we'll, where do I create it? I never created it. The components. Oh, here's one place where we do that kind of thing. All right, so container entity. We'll have a container. Actually, I don't need that. I only need interact. That's the name of the key I have right now, right? Interact. Yes, interact with being an array. Okay. And it's an array, not an object. And that will be initially empty. This is hard to see, so I'm going to put them on different lines. Okay. The container has an interact list, so does the player. Oh, we want to start them interacting with each other, don't we? So I want the player to be in the container's interact array, and I want the container to be in the player's interact array. And this should cause... Oh, wait. Oh, no, this is fine. This is fine. It will add a command, and it will be an event. Oh, wait a minute. I don't even need to do this. All I really need to do is turn this into... I don't want to use a long name here, though. Actually, what if I just call it end interaction? I already have something for this, Tony. Isn't it called dialogue end? Dialogue end. Or end dialogue? I forgot what it is. Dialogue end. Or exit dialog. How come I can't find it? Dialog exit? Ha! Dialog exit. But I need to see it from the server side. Oh, that's not the right one. How do I exit the dialog now? That would be if I hit escape. How does that work? Game interaction? No, it would be in the stage. JS. It would be where the escape key is. Escape. Game dialog escape, that's what it's called. So what do we do on game dialog escape? We send dialog escape. It wasn't called exit, it was called escape. What do we do in there? We clear... Oh, that's interesting. It just clears the dialog we're in, but it doesn't change the interaction. How... When do we clear the interaction? I need to look for that then. What's that triple line? You mean here? Like here? Yeah, that's triple equal. Where I'm using a font which has custom ligatures set up. So with this set to true, then it uses custom ligatures like this arrow really is just equals greater than. It's kind of neat. Yeah, where do we actually clear the interact? Do that someplace. I just can't remember where it was. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's a side effect. It's a side effect of clearing the dialog field. It also clears the interact. Okay, I hate that. Why did I do it that way? That's not good. And then that will cause a side effect of clearing of reciprocating. The NPC will stop interacting with the player then. And that's technically a recursive call, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm okay with that, if it being there. Then how would I do this for containers then? Actually, I could just use the same message. Because that message just clears that, and then it'll be cleared from the container too. That'll be good enough for now. It's also going to clear dialogues. I don't care about that. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's going to be different. Shoot. So I do want to have a message, but it's going to be kind of like this one. It's going to modify the player to clear their interaction. I can just make it generic though. So what was I going to do in the test? Yeah. Let's just call it end interaction. Would that work? Would that mean I wouldn't need the other message at all? Because if it clears interact, does it? Oh no, it doesn't remove the dialogue. It should though. This is messy. I'll have to come back and fix this, because if this command is sent during a dialogue, we'll be able to move around while still talking to someone. Actually, I can take care of that at the same time, can't I? I can just clear the dialogue and the interaction all at the same time. Yeah, that'll work. All right. I like that idea. So that means, actually, why can't I just take the existing thing then? Yeah, why not? Okay, I'm gonna take the existing message that I had. Dialogue escape, right? Let me just update that one. So, and I don't even have a test for it. Okay, I'm missing a test for dialogue. No, I have one. Never mind. I have one right here. All right, player dialogue escape when not dead. Player dialogue escape when dead. When dead, what? Oh, you can't escape a dialogue when you're dead. Sure. So let me just update these names to put underscores. First things first, right? Been doing that one test at a time. Okay, so let me just add to this test that let me just okay, we're missing it actually. Let's just add it. Let's put in the thing that we're interacting. So interact as an array, and then we need to have the entity of the dialogue we're interacting with. So that doesn't actually exist, does it? But it doesn't really matter what I put here, right? I can just put 123 and it doesn't really matter. I just want to see that number cleared out. So dialogue escape will cause the delta to have another key in here, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, it'll be 2 actions. Yep, 2 actions. A modify player and the component type is interact. And it's component remove, I think. Oh, wait a minute. No, we want to clear it out. So it would be just component. And it would be array, empty array, like that. That's what I want. And then when I do that, I don't need setting that to cause this as a side effect anymore because we don't need it. We'll be doing this manually, right? I'm not sure. But anyway, let's do this. Reload the tests. I need to pick a good stopping point. I haven't been doing good at finding a good stopping point, have I? Okay, this is going to tell me that this is missing. This one is missing. Yeah, because I haven't added it yet. Here's where I want to add it. Literally the same thing that the test actually had, right? Is that this will be interact. That's the entity, and the component is just an empty array now. There we go. Okay. That should make the test pass again. Cool. So I can use that existing dialogue escape action when we move and when we know we're interacting with someone. So what was the other message again? It was begin container interaction. This one. So that's going to be sent when we're interacting with the container. So I need that in the front end. So what's a good reducer? Dialogue reducer, maybe? It doesn't really belong there, but we'll put it here for now. We'll say interacting with container false. And so I'll need another action index to match this begin container interaction. How about reflect begin reflect begin. Reflect that. And then that will reduce by here. Yep. Right here. Case action types reflect that. We'll say return state and interacting with container true. And then I'll actually need to I need another one, don't I? Because we don't get a message back from the server when we stop, we just do it. Actually, no, I'm sending something, right? Dialogue escape. Yeah. game dialog escape is what it's called, right? That's what we're dispatching when we hit escape. So I could do the same thing down here. So that means this reducer down here can act on that. Action types, game dialog escape, return ... state, interacting with container, false. Comma should go there, right? All right, and then we should dispatch that when, so I need another one of this. Right here, else if look, remove the or. So we're dispatching both dialog escape and go back to that. Actually, does that already do that? That might be why I have it separate. Let me find this. It just sends dialog. Oh, I think this depends on receiving a message back saying that we've exited. So we'll just do both. I might come back and fix this because right now we're leveraging an existing message that I don't like the design of that really. But anyway, this will get us out. It'll send the message to the game and it'll unlock us basically. So what am I missing? Oh, the reception of this message, right? That's game. What's it called? Game messages? Server messages. Yeah, this one. So I need to add it to this list. On that, go to there. Const that is dispatch, and I don't need the message. We're just going to dispatch actions reflect begin this thing. All right. Let me build the game. And what I should see is when I start looking at the container, we won't be able to move. But, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I messed up. That game dialog escape, right, where we're dispatching it here. We're not going to be in the look input context, actually. I can't look at the input context. I have to look at the state of the other reducer. Yeah, so I can't. Yeah, undo this stuff. This is if we haven't started looking yet. This is what I want to do if. So this is what I want to check first. If get state session dot dialog. Is it dialog? Dialog is underwear. Underwear. It's by itself, so it's just session. What? It's just .dialog? Really? Oh yeah, look at that. So it's just dialog dot interacting with container. So if we hit escape while we're interacting with the container, then I want to dispatch all that and return early. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just say else if. Okay, so if you hit escape and you're interacting with the container, we do that. We're leveraging that one to unlock us so we can move again, and then we go. We don't need to do that. We're just unlocking ourselves from the container. Right. Okay, so did this build? It did, so I'm gonna stop this. Maybe I should have had this look thing actually tell us something. Like a chat message. We're not gonna see a chat message. We'll just have to know the side effect is we're not moving. We can't move yet. What we can do with this begin container interaction is we can start listing how many slots there are, and then they'll be filled in by the server later. Yeah. Just thinking ahead. Okay, it's running. It'll look south. Okay, that didn't work. It should have locked me in place. Okay, my interact is... Oh, it's still allowing me to move even though I'm interacting with something? That's weird. I assume that if it was in the interact list, I wouldn't let me move. So if I hit escape now and refresh, now it's unlocked. All right, couple things then. Apparently, having something in your act list doesn't prevent you from moving. Also, I should really be unlocking us automatically when we move, or we hit escape, and I'm not doing that either. Yeah, the chest knows that Raimu is interacting with it. If I hit escape and then refresh, now it's not interacting with it anymore. All right. So I need to look at that player move, right? Was it player move? I can never remember these things. So whatever shows up on this network connection when I move. Maybe it was player input. Move. What is it? That is player input. Okay. Player input. Oh, I remember how that works. That feeds directly into the player's input system and input component, and there's a move system that handles that. Movement. There it is. All right. So probably in here, it's not looking at interact, it's looking at something else like dialogue. Let's see. Yeah, you can't move when you're dead. I don't see it checking anything about dialogue. Oh, here it is. There it is. Okay, so it's a check to see if you're in a dialogue. So really I should change that to be if you have anything in your interact list. Right? That's more appropriate than seeing if you're talking to someone. If you're interacting with anything, you shouldn't be allowed to move. Okay, so where's the test for that? Down here. Dialogue escape not dead. Maybe there is a node. I don't remember actually writing a test for trying to move while in a dialogue. I might not have written one. Dialogue exit when player leaves dialogue, yes. Dialogue exit when player leaves, yeah, same thing. Maybe I don't have a test for it. Oh, here, break interaction on player dialogue exit. Yeah, okay, we saw that before. Then, would it be interact that I'm searching for? No, wait. It'd be player input or movement. How do we know when the player moves? I don't think I have a test for this. Go back. I don't think I have a test for these 3 lines of code. It would have shown up here somewhere if I did. I don't think any of these tests are going to be there. Default transition dialog start, sure. Actually, let's see. Is there anything called move? No, there's no match for the string move, so I probably don't have a test for it. Okay, I don't feel like writing one today. Let me just make a note that it's missing. So, note. There are currently no tests to make sure you can't move while interacting with other entities. All right, so I'll add that later. So for now, let me just change that code that doesn't have a test. Back. Am I going to find it now or am I getting lost? Here it is. This nesting bugs me too. We need to get the position and the player component of the player. But now I also need to get the interact list. That's going to indent it more. Wow, this is bad. I'm only getting that to look at that, right? Oh no, I'm also looking to see if you're dead. You're dead if you have 0 hit points or less. What else? That's it? I guess bite the bullet and add another level in here. You know what I could do? I can just do it up here. Because I can skip it entirely. Oh, that's not the right level. This is the right. So with... Wait, why is it looking at all components of type position? That's going to be very inefficient. Shouldn't it do players first and then position? Where is it looking for input components? Oh, wait a minute. The outermost one is looking at all components of type input. Okay, so inside of here I can do it. And just return early. So bool interacting is false. With entity of component type interact of the entity. And this is interact. If interact, well, we can just assign it, right? Interacting equals interact dot get size is greater than 0. If interacting, return. There we go. Done. Can't move while interacting. So let's try that out. I don't have a test for it, so I'm just going to straight build it in here. And stop the game and update the code and start the game again. All right. And run. Yay. Okay. So if I look right, cool, it works. I'm stuck. I hit escape and I can walk again. Okay, cool. It is a super late night stream. I'm already over 37 minutes. But I want to get as much of this container interaction as I can. So I have a container in there. It has gold, but I can't see the gold yet. I'm getting there. One piece at a time. So right now you can interact with the chest by saying look to the right, and now we can't move. What it should be showing the chest's contents down here. And then when you hit escape or move again, it should it should clear the contents of the, not show the chest anymore, and then allow you to move again. Okay, so I wanted to change the front end, right? So when we move, so that's Stage.js does it, right? If we do the W key, for example, where is it? Player move. I can't remember which one it is. Player input. How come I can't find these things? Move. There's too many things called move. Oh, start moving. That's what it is. Right. So if we get into here, then I should say if get state. I don't have the get state. Let's add it. Actually, to start moving, called from here. We do have get state. Is start moving called from anywhere else? Yes. What context is this? Ah, show stage. Okay, so we need to add it. Get state. Get state. Get state. All right, so we'll check if get state dialog interacting with container. Then we want to dispatch actions dot dialog dialog escape. Game dialog escape. Is that the name of it? So my memory is like a fish. Okay, so if we hit escape, it's that. So it's the same thing, right? There we go. So now if I'm interacting with it, okay, what's it? Okay, now if I'm interacting with the container, like now, if I move, okay, I'm still blocked. So that didn't work. Definitely understand what it feels like. You're working on remaking an application right now, and yesterday you realized you left like some really big parts out. Yeah. When that happens and I think I'm about to finish something and then I realize, oh, there's this whole subsystem that's missing. I say, okay, thanks for the stream. I'll finish that next stream. This should have worked, right? It should have allowed us to move and then move us. So why didn't that work? Did I hit save? Yes. And then when I move, not working. Let me look at the Redux actions. So let's go to a quiet place in the game which doesn't have... Oh, wait a minute, I can't because I put the treasure chest there. Oh, well, that's fine. We can just say look there and then go up and pause recording and see what was going on there. Okay. There's reflect begin container interaction. Oh, wait, why do we have a stop move here? Send to game what? That we're not moving anymore. Ooh. Actually, that's fine. Input direction W. Wait a minute. It did a start move, but it didn't do... It didn't do, wait a minute. Was the state wrong? Dialog. It's still true. Hmm. If you were a streamer yesterday, it would have been madness. Yeah. I understand. That might be misspelled. No, that is not misspelled. Okay, it's possible that start moving isn't being given get state all the time. Start moving does start move, right? No, wait a minute. It does input direction. Ooh, is that it? Is that the difference? No, there's input direction. Wait a minute, why do I have both? This is really old code, so it's kind of weirdly designed. Past Raimu was not very good at this. I'm wondering why this doesn't go into here. Is this not the same? Oh, it is the same. Maybe it's not calling start moving. Interact is not the... Oh, actually it is the right one. Shoot. Wait, what is... Oh, wait, this is if you click. I remember this. So if I click here... Now, yeah, it unlocked me. Okay. So that's not... I don't want it there then. I want it somewhere else. I want it in start move, I think. Wherever I'm handling start move, I want this. Okay. So where is start move being handled? In game interaction. Okay. So I should probably do it here then. Right here. I should be doing it right here. Okay, that means that this start moving doesn't need to get state anymore. Didn't need it after all. Alright, let's see if that fixed it. Moving around, I look into the box, I can't... Oh, I can move again, okay. It's ignoring the first move, that's the only problem. Why would it do that? I don't know. Should probably look at the Redux state while we're looking at that. Okay, so look right, up, left, and then let me pause it. All right. These particles are really messing with me. Wait. Oh, I didn't pause. That's why. Okay, begin container interaction. Okay. So there's where we're told we're interacting with the container. And then we did a start move, which did a dialog escape, which sent dialog escape to so we did a dialog escape and then setting the input to W. Then there's a cooldown begin. We receive, I don't know why we're receiving our own inventory again. Why are we receiving inventory? I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I know why. Dialog escape touches the player component, and right now when we touch the player component, we always do a reflect inventory. We shouldn't, but it does. Anyway, that's a separate bug. I should write that down now. I'm gonna forget. That's something I totally forget. Bug on dialog escape. The player is told their inventory for some reason. I'm not gonna say why. I'm just gonna look into it later. Wait, receive that we're exiting. Okay, we weren't in a dialogue, but we would have exited one if we were. Move cooldown ended. Stop move. Wait a minute, but this happened later, so we didn't actually move. If we had moved, we would have gotten a sprites update. Then we send to the game that we're stopping moving. And then we hit W again. Oh, wait a minute. Did I hit a W the first time? I did. And why is it doing it again? I thought I hit... Did I hit the wrong key? Yeah, I hit A. Why is it moving on a W? S. That's down. I'm looking at the wrong messages. Damn it. Let's reload. And then fresh redux. So then look right, then try to go up, and then try to go left. Then pause. Begin container interaction. Input W. We send to the game, escape the dialog, and then move. But for some reason it didn't move. Then we did a stop move. And then input A, start move. So that sends to the game we want to move to the left now, and then we got an update right away that we've shifted to the left. So this one to set the input to W, it should have moved, but it did not for some reason. Oh wait, I think I know why. I think it's confused, thinking that, okay, it didn't reset the interaction right away. Oh, this takes a round trip of the cluster before it has an effect, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, well, wait, that's not a killer thing. It's just your first move is ignored. So bug, first move while looking into a chest is ignored. I can live with that for now. I'll fix that later. So right now you can move around, start looking. Now you're looking into the box. We haven't implemented the actual showing it yet. But then I hit up and I hit up again. Now I'm escaped back out of it. All right. So is the last part going to be a lot of work or not? I actually need to have it tell us what's in the box and then actually draw them here. I think it's going to be too much for me. I think I'm going to have to do this later. I'm running out of steam. I am 49 minutes over. It's probably a good place to stop, especially when I'm starting to run into these bugs. I should really fix those bugs before I move on anyway, and I need to eat dinner, get some energy back before I do that. So this is probably a good stopping point. So that means either over the weekend or on Monday when I stream, I'll be finishing the container interaction, and that would be what exactly? We did the look command. Okay, I didn't finish this. We can look at things adjacent in the world, but we can't look at inventory items yet, so I want to do that. We did this. I didn't do that, so special scripts can trigger if you look at things. I didn't do this one that to prevent it from being picked up if it's been moving. I didn't do that either. And this is the big thing I want that I don't have time to do right now. If I can get this running, this one's super easy because all the machinery is in place to do it already. Okay, so yeah, I'll finish this up by the end of Monday, I hope. I'm gonna call it right here. Let's go see if I can raid someone. Twitch, Rymu, following. Who am I following that's streaming right now? Who is live? It's a Friday night. Well, thank you very much, Akira. You have a great night as well, Evan Jaeger. And good night, Jackamus. Shoot. There aren't a whole lot of people going. Oh, here's one that we might... Oh, he's not doing game dev, he's playing a game. Well... You guys want to see... I'll give you guys a choice. How do I do this? This is the first time I'm going to try to do this. The built-in poll. Let me see. Let me get this going. I've never done this before. There's a way you can do a straw poll using the built-in stuff now, right? Is that under streaming tools? No. Professional streamer here. Just kidding. I actually don't know how to do the straw poll thing. I'll do it with Yada. So tools, create straw poll. Who should we raid? And then the options, let's see. I'll give you guys a choice between Zorkenheimer and Jitspo or Callow Creation. Or here's one to throw in here. Chulade does art. Or that's probably enough options, right? Okay. So allow multiple answers? Let's do one answer. Created the straw poll. Copy URL and close. There's the straw poll. Let's see what people vote for. If no one votes, then I get to pick. So let me see the results. No one's voting. No one's going to vote? Is anybody going to vote? This updates in real time, doesn't it? Oh, someone voted for Zorkenheimer. It only takes one vote. Oh, we have a vote for Jitspo. Okay, it's tied now. 2 votes for Zorkenheimer. Now now the votes are starting to come in. And people are like multi-voting. Oh well. I'm gonna call it. So let's go with Jitspo. I haven't actually rated him in a long time anyway. Okay, yeah, 54 votes isn't right. So how do I do this and not allow multiple votes? I guess I have to do an IP check. Next time I will do it properly. You guys are like multi-voting. We'll go with Jitspo. That's fine. It doesn't have to be, it's sort of arbitrary anyway. So Jitspo is a game dev working on his game called Fist of the Forgotten, and he's wearing an interesting hat today. And he does either a mix of art or game coding. It looks like right now he's working on art. You only voted once? I'm sorry. I was leaning towards either Jitspo or Zorkenheimer anyway, and I had not rated Jitspo in a long time, so it's probably for the best. So I hope you enjoy Jitspo. Let's go rate his channel. This interface through Twitch, I hate it. There we go. Starting the raid. You voted for Jitspo anyway? Okay. Jitspo it is. So I will be back on Monday morning my time, and hope to see you there. I hope you enjoyed today's stream, and the cat's still asleep. Interesting. But thank you very much. Have a great weekend, everybody. See ya.